2024 special council meeting. Let me turn that off. And this is a workshop, special workshop on the budget. So we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And moving on to the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. So next on the agenda is the roll call, City Clerk's report and statement of conflict.
Thank you. Mayor Toms.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Here.
Noting for the record that Councilmember Tave has not yet arrived. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy.
Here.
Acting City Manager Mishra.
Here.
City Attorney Kasher.
Here.
Deputy City Clerk Stone.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, April 25th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. No written comments were received in advance of the meeting. Does the council have any conflicts to report on our agenda items this evening? Seeing none, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item on the agenda is citizens to be heard. This is for items not on the agenda.
Thank you. Yes, in person we have Irma Ruport.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I'm in the wrong time. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and public. Really quick, Mayor, I'd like to make two announcements. As a resident, although I'm Community Services Commissioner, however, we got this in the mail, spring and summer events for 2024. A Community Service Day is coming up Saturday, May 18th. At the Pinole Youth Center from 9 a.m. to 12, volunteer projects. This year, I'm very excited to let you guys know that we are having 8 projects, and some of them are painting projects and work done in the grass area and stuff. So I think it's kind of expanded the role of the Community Service Day. So we are gonna have quite a few projects. I'd appreciate it. We send this out to all who you know, your Facebook, emails to everybody. Let's make a big turnout. Clean the city as we should. And for those who can't make it, please clean your yards, as we got a code enforcement notice about a month ago that we are getting close to fire season, as you all know. So that would be great. The next issue I want to talk about is open house for the firefighters. The 1-year anniversary will be Saturday, May 11th from 10 to 2, Mayor. And there's a lot of things going to be going on: preventing, planning, preparing, and responding to wildfire preparedness. I think it's important that we let our community know we have a 1-year anniversary with Station 74. Our firefighters mean a heck of a lot to this community. We fought hard over 10 years to get the station open. I don't understand why we don't have any signs, a banner up there. Someone's dropping the ball. If we're losing advertisement on this opportunity, let me just say, I just received the marketplace today, and it reaches over 50,000 readers in the West Contra Costa County. And I spoke to Jacqueline, who is the who can advertise for us. I have the sheet here for the price. Mayor and Council, we cannot lose an opportunity of this magnitude. We missed it by 2 weeks. And if we're not gonna take the initiative with a couple of people in the city, employees that we've hired, send it to the Community Services Commission. We can do it for you. And the other thing is Juneteenth is coming up. And if we don't have the funds, I like to get permission. I'll pay for it to come out on the marketplace. There's a deadline next week, and if I can get the approval from anybody here, because I have to go through the chain of command as usual, and I'm kind of getting tired of it. It seems to me we can yes or no. So let me know what we can do better, quickly, as soon as possible, and not for the event to expire and wait till next year. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other citizens to be heard? Okay, we will move on to our workshop items. The first item on the agenda is number 5A, and that's the Strategic Financial Planning Report. And Markeisha.
Good evening, Mayor Toms, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai, members of the City Council, city staff, and members of the public. For the first item, we'll be presenting the Strategic Financial Planning Report. You may recall that last year the city engaged the consulting firm Baker Tilly to assist us with developing and building out our long-term financial plan. So joining us tonight remotely is Steve Montano and Andy Belknap of Baker Tilly, and they will present the results of the strategic financial planning report that we will use to inform our updated long-term financial plan. So I will turn it over to Steve and Andy.
Thank you, Markeisha. I'm Andy Belknap with Baker Tilly, and I'll get things started here. And then I'm going to turn it over to Steve. We've got almost 40 slides, but we'll try to go pretty quickly to go through this. But it tends to get a little bit complicated because of the nature of the topic. Could we have the next slide, please? So this is just to introduce our project team, myself and Steve and Jessica. Both Steve and I have experience as finance directors in California cities. I've also been a city manager and a public works director and worked in 3 cities and a county. And when Steve comes on, well, maybe just let me take a minute now and let you introduce yourself. Okay, Steve?
Hello, everyone. I'm Steve Montano. I'm a senior advisor with Baker Tilly. I have over 25 years experience in municipal finance, working mostly within municipalities, finance departments, running day-to-day efforts on finance administration like debt administration, revenue collection, budget, accounting, things of that sort.
Okay, could we have the next slide, please? So just in terms of our presentation, we're going to talk about our project first. We're going to go over what we call the baseline forecast, which is sort of what everything else flows from. But that's what we think. The baseline forecast is what we think will happen if nothing else changes for the city. And then we'll talk about our strategy and feasibility assessment. And this is basically, okay, if you're going to go ahead and make changes, how should you think about the changes? In other words, how should you develop strategies, and how should you assess the feasibility of different strategies? Then we'll talk about the budget strategy scenario analysis, because we assess the different strategies that we develop for feasibility and how much they would assist the city in meeting its needs. And then we'll provide some further details on the budget strategies. Next slide, please. So in terms of the project overview, next slide. We did working with Markeisha, we did a budget forecast to identify basically if there was a funding gap between current conditions and desired conditions. In other words, we wanted to see if there was a structural deficit that the city would be facing. And not uncommon with many California cities, there is a structural deficit, and that is not untypical. In fact, I would say the vast majorities of the cities in California, if you look out 10 to 15 years, they do have a structural deficit. And the next step was to take a look at, well, what strategies may help to close any gap that we found. And then the next step after that was to look at sustainability strategies. What's the best way to close the gap? And how do you do that with the least disruption to your citizens and your employees and other stakeholders? Next slide, please. So the baseline forecast, I'm going to introduce this. Some very important assumptions that go into this baseline forecast. It assumes staffing stays at current levels and service levels stay at current levels. And there's no cuts to current programs. It assumes no new revenues or expenditure reductions. So basically, revenues and expenditures stay on the same glide slope that they're currently on. It assumes that in terms of those revenue and expenditure growth rates, that those are based on historical trends and our ability to estimate those based on what we know about the economy. And in terms of what we know about the economy, we also factor in periodic economic cycles because we know that from time to time there's going to be a recession, and so we do factor those in, and that those assumptions sort of work together to create this baseline forecast. Next slide. And this is a picture of what that baseline forecast looks like. The red line is basically what we would expect expenditures to be over this period, running out to about 2043. And the black line is what we would expect that the baseline revenues would be. And there is a gap there, and you can see the gap is illustrated by that blue shading. And it starts out at about $1 million per year and then grows to an amount of about $10 million per year way out in 44, 45. Again, it assumes current staffing levels, and it assumes CalPERS maintains the current discount rate. Basically, pension costs become pretty important in these forecasts, so we look closely at that. This is not a terrible, distressing forecast. We see forecasts like this. It's not beyond our ability to solve. It's just not something that, well, one of the things I always say about this is time, when it comes to something like this, time is not your friend. You don't want to allow this kind of thing to build up on you. You want to deal with it early when making changes and finding solutions is not so disruptive. Next slide, please. This just shows kind of what the fund balance picture would look like over this time horizon. And you can see the fund balance, it doesn't really look bad at all between now and say 2030, quite manageable. But then it quickly gets much worse because the deficit hasn't been addressed. So we really want to address this in the near term so that we can head off those big red lines that are out in the future, which is really the value of doing a project like this, is to get ahead of the problem and not have to deal with it when it's an emergency and you have to look at disruptive actions for the citizens and the staff. Next slide, and I think I'm gonna turn it over to Steve at this point.
Thanks, Andy. Can we go to the next slide? So in our modeling, we develop 4 scenarios, which consist of various strategies. And the budget strategies are organized according to the following 4 strategy types you see here. So first are revenue enhancements. Second is expenditure controls or cost shifts. The third is service delivery and governance changes. And the fourth is service level reductions. We're going to go into detail shortly. Next slide, please. So strategies can be distinguished by differing levels of potential community support. There's complexity of implementation, there's timing, and the disruption to the organization relative to the financial return. You know, it just depends on the strategy. Each strategy was qualitatively evaluated considering a set of criteria indicated in this table. So tier 1 strategies we feel can be implemented more readily and would be least disruptive to the organization and have a greater financial impact. And I'll give you an example of that in the following slides. So tier 3, on the other hand, sort of on another extreme, are strategies that have a lower likelihood of success because they're too complex, or maybe there's a lack of community support, or maybe just low to moderate impact. So on this graphic, you want to be in that top right quadrant. You know, these are strategies that promise a higher return and relatively a lower difficulty to implement. Next slide, please. So here's some example of what we consider tier 1 strategies. We consider these the most feasible actions the city can take in the near term with lower levels of disruption. Strategies that generate additional revenues dominate tier 1 because Pinole does have lower revenues in some areas relative to the region or the immediate area. And because, as I said before, they're overall less disruptive to the organization. So we see things such as sales tax, which the city has been successful in passing before, you know, increasing the sales tax. We see a potential for business license tax increase. I know the city has discussed the possibility of a real property transfer tax. We agree. That seems like a feasible option. And also the potential for increasing franchise fees rates on gross receipts. There are other things such as what we call service delivery or governance, things that we can change that I think would further support the city's fiscal sustainability efforts. When you look at certain policies that would benefit the city and make it stronger as it moves forward towards its fiscal sustainability efforts, these are the things that we identified would be helpful to the city. And by the way, all of this is, I don't know if you've all had the opportunity to read the lengthy report that accompanies this presentation, but there's significant amounts of detail and research behind everything that we're saying today. In fact, we had to create an attachment A, so I highly encourage you to refer to that for more detailed information than we'll be providing tonight. Next slide, please. Tier 2 strategies are considered moderately feasible to implement. Generally, these are strategies that'll take more time to successfully implement or might be a little disruptive to the city to implement as well. The city may need to consider some tier 2 strategies to the extent that maybe tier 1 strategies cannot be implemented or not successful. You might need to sort of get down to the tier 2 and tier 3 strategies if necessary. So if these are still revenue enhancements like a utility users tax, a parcel tax, or maybe even the financing of capital assets, namely your streets and roads, because as I understand, streets and roads are in fairly poor condition in your city. So one option is to finance those capital assets. Next slide, please. As I said before, tier 3 strategies have been proven difficult to implement, and to the extent the city is unable to get, I guess, the stability that it needs from either the first or second tier strategies, it might need to consider these as well, or even commensurate with other strategies, looking not only on the revenue side, but on the expenditure side as well, which would include targeted expenditure reductions, things such as a retiree healthcare benefit, revisiting that, shifting medical contribution costs to employees, increasing employee pension contributions, and worst case scenario, ultimately, if the city were to not take any action over the long term, you would have unplanned, uncontrolled expenditure reductions to avoid insolvency. Next slide, please. So we prepared a series of 4 scenarios for the city council's consideration to address the fiscal gap. The 4 budget scenarios are provided examples of the types of strategies that the council could consider to achieve fiscal solvency. And as I said before, the strategies and the fiscal impacts are detailed in attachment A of the staff report. So first scenario is what we call the strong revenue strategies. They include such things as introducing a parcel tax, as I said before, increasing the business license tax or revise the structure, finance your street and road rehabilitation, the sales tax measure, increasing franchise fees, increasing UUT, real and introducing a real property transfer tax. Next slide, please. So the solid red line represents baseline expenditures. The solid black line is baseline revenues. The black intermittent line is the forecast revenues, and the red intermittent line is forecast expenditures. In this scenario, the baseline and forecast expenditures are the same. So there's really only one red line, and that's because, you know, we're holding expenditures steady. We're not touching expenditures under this scenario. And here we compare the future fiscal impact of all the scenario 1 strategies that I mentioned, except the bond financing. That would require further analysis. Even though we did provide an estimate in the report, we didn't include it here. So under this scenario, balanced budgets are achieved for most of the forecast period, although it is not likely that the city would simultaneously implement all strategies at once. We recognize that. I mean, that's next to impossible to implement all those strategies at once. At best, you could probably implement some of those over a period of time. But we just wanted to demonstrate the significant revenue increases that would be necessary to balance the budget. You would need all of that. So for example, the city would need an additional $6 million to align projected baseline revenues with projected baseline expenditures in fiscal year 2030-31, as an example. And again, this assumes no cost reduction strategies are implemented. Next slide, please. This graph compares the fiscal impact of the general fund balance if the strategies in scenario 1 were implemented compared to the future baseline projection. So the black bars represent the fund balance amounts, and the line below is your baseline scenario. So under this scenario, the general fund would maintain a growing and somewhat stable fund balance for most of the fiscal years. But without the implementation of this particular scenario or any cost reduction strategies, as I said, that baseline strategy sort of has a downward bend to it. Next slide, please. Wanted to take this opportunity to inform the City Council, if you didn't know already, that there is an initiative eligible for the November 2024 statewide ballot that would limit the ability of local governments to raise revenues. It would have stricter rules for raising taxes, fees, assessments. It would revise the state constitution for these propositions, which currently now determine how local governments raise revenue. So these would be impacted, basically making it more difficult to raise revenue. So for example, it would also restrict the use of fines and penalties and how they're applied and how they're raised. So that's just one thing to be mindful of, that not only Pinole, but other cities might have to look not only elsewhere for revenue, but maybe focus on expenditures as well if they're looking to kind of align revenues with expenditures, as the city Pinole is right now. Next slide, please. So our scenario 2 is what we call our mixed approach. That's moderate revenues with some cost shifts. Here you'll see some of the same revenue strategies, increasing employee pension contributions, shifting medical contributions, I should say, reduce or eliminate medical benefit for new hires, But then now we start to incorporate some expenditure measures like reductions of $500,000 annually through FY30. I'll tell you right now, there was no deliberation over who gets the cut. This was just kind of more of a sort of a spreadsheet exercise that would have to be determined through meetings with staff and city council to determine that. We have an increase in franchise fees, increase the UUT, and then again the real property transfer tax. So let's see next slide, please, how that looks. So although it's not likely, as I say before, that the city would simultaneously implement all these strategies at once, again, it gives us an order of magnitude. So forecast expenditures for this scenario closely align with baseline expenditures with really no marked impact on the growth trajectory. So for the most part, both the broken and solid red lines are the same. Forecast revenues under this scenario, while higher than the baseline, are really not sufficient to maintain a balanced budget through the forecast period. So for example, a 2.5 million deficit in fiscal year 2030-31 grows to 6 million by to the end of the forecast period by 2045. So that one still is not sufficient to align revenues with expenditures. Next slide, please. So under this scenario, just looking at the general fund balance, the general fund would barely maintain a positive balance through FY32, after which time an increasingly negative fund balance would ensue through the end of the forecast period. Let's go to the next slide, please. This is scenario 3. Really the focus here is more on the expenditure side. So we call this strong operating expenditure reduction strategies, to include, again, increasing employee contributions, shifting the medical contribution to employees, reducing or eliminate medical for new hires, and probably more importantly is the implementation of expenditure reductions as necessary to balance the budget. So this is kind of your stopgap measure if all 3 fail or don't give you sufficient balancing power. This was again a sort of a spreadsheet exercise, not saying what exactly would be cut, but we just try to align the revenues and expenditures through expenditure cuts, more on the expenditure side. Next slide, please. So in addition to the 3 expenditure reduction strategies, as I said before, we calculated the fiscal impact of reducing general fund expenditures to the level needed for base to align, right? So assuming that the city relies solely on just expenditure strategies, the expenditure reductions needed to balance the budget range between $1 million and $7.6 million through the forecast period, depending on which year you're looking at. And these reductions average approximately 12% of your annual budget, through the forecast period. So for purposes of this analysis, we assume that on average, a 12% annual general fund expenditure reduction target would be sustained. Now, when I say 12% reduction, I mean relative to where your baseline would be in any given year. You would need to just be that much less on your expenditure side in order to sustain balance. Departments under this scenario would need to identify reductions in personnel, services and supplies, ongoing capital needs, really all these sorts of measures to achieve the necessary reduction. So in this scenario, baseline revenues are identical to forecasted revenues, and only one solid black line appears for both. And again, by far the most impactful strategy is the annual average budget reduction of 12%. It's kind of like pulling out all the stops, doing what is necessary to align the revenues with expenditures. The other strategies didn't really make a dent. It was the, kind of the big haircut, the 12% haircut that did the trick there. And of course, in all of this, this is what we want to avoid. We want to encourage the city or recommend to the city a more strategic and graceful approach over time to align revenues with expenditures so that, you know, these drastic measures do not have to be done, you know, the year that you realize, oh my goodness, as Andy said before, you know, you're looking fairly good for the next, you know, 5 to 6 years, but then the big problem starts happening when your pension trust starts running dry. That's when, you know, problems start happening. So you have time. You have time on your side, and that's why we're presenting these strategies for you to deliberate. Next slide, please. Since the budget was largely balanced by forcing expenditure reductions just enough to align with revenues, fund balance remains marginally positive through the forecast period under this scenario. Next slide, please. So here's an example that I used in a prior city that I worked for during COVID. This was a sort of short-term expenditure reduction strategy. We applied a tiered approach. I don't know, maybe your city has done the same in the past, but we found this very effective in kind of having a sort of a workbook, sort of a playbook, so that if we needed to reduce, depending on how bad the fiscal situation was unfolding, you know, we'd start with what I'd call the lower hanging fruit from left and move from left to right as needed. So over the short run, this is an example of how a city could balance its budget to the point where, looking at all the way to the right, you know, you're relying on reserves, and there comes a point where you don't want to take any more reserves, or you don't have any more reserves, and you're looking at service level cuts. So it's from one extreme to the other. Next slide, please. Finally, scenario 4 is a more simple. It's assesses the fiscal impact of combining a quarter-cent sales tax measure and the implementation of general fund expenditure reductions to balance the budget, much like scenario 3 on the expenditure side. Next slide, please. So in scenario 4, baseline expenditures, the red line, and forecast expenditures, broken red line, are identical through 2930 and are represented by the solid red line. So beginning in FY31, expenditure reductions are introduced and continue through the end of the forecast period to balance the budget. Forecast revenues, that's your black intermittent line, and forecast expenditures, the red intermittent line, are identical and are presented as just one solid red line. Again, that was because that's sort of a forced alignment. So the expenditure reductions needed to balance the budget in this scenario range between 3.1 and 7.4 million through the forecast periods. The reductions average approximately 10% of the annual budget, right, relative to the baseline. And so we can assume that on average, under this scenario, 10% of the annual general fund expenditure reduction target would be sustained, and departments would need to, again, identify reductions, right? Quite likely, you know, service level cuts as well. Next slide, please. So since in this scenario, the budget was largely balanced by forcing expenditure reductions just enough to align with revenue, fund balance remains marginally positive throughout the forecast period. Next slide, please. So let's talk about longer term expenditure reduction strategies, because again, we can't solely focus on revenue, as our analysis, you know, kind of suggests. You also have to look at expenditure reduction strategies. The proverbial low-hanging fruit that cities often seek to close the budget gap, you know, let's just kind of put that aside and kind of take it up a notch and take it to the next level. The city will have to go beyond short-term techniques to address fiscal challenges. Some cities do, and Pinole may need to consider some of these as it moves forward in developing strategies, right? Under controlling personnel costs, you know, there's wage freeze, hiring freeze, reducing hours, closing facilities, layoffs, things of that sort. Not to say necessarily that that the city needs to consider that now, but this is just to give you ideas of, you know, what may need to happen if you know, you're not pursuing strategies both on the revenue and expenditure side. Same with reducing near-term capital spending. That's another sort of category where you might need to defer capital projects, use short-term debt to pay for vehicles. Some cities do that. in a pinch. They have to go to the markets and get short-term debt. And reducing general fund to support other funds. I know your city transfers funds out of the general fund to support programs outside. You might need to revisit that as well. Organizational strategies might include a reorganization, contract or implement shared service model for select programs with neighboring jurisdictions. And then there's sourcing strategies, outsourcing, insourcing, divesting, eliminating programs altogether. Okay, so this is sort of worst case scenario. Hopefully you won't have to go deep into these, but this is just to give you some broad exposure of strategies that other cities have used. So closing thoughts on the 4 scenario packages. The city council will probably need to pick, some strategies or discuss, deliberate some of the strategies mentioned, both in our lengthy report and what we're talking to you today about in this presentation to balance the budget. We know that a revenue measure in November 2024 is being considered, and we think it's probably a given. And we believe that work needs to begin right away in pursuing that. Consideration of any service level expansion should be carefully considered because of the city's fiscal condition. And that includes maybe start to begin at reducing expenditures, because I think even to justify to the voters any sort of tax increase, the city will need to demonstrate that it's sort of looking closely at the expenditure side of things. So when vacancies, for example, occur, consideration should be given to not refilling the position, or at least until fiscal recovery is underway. With that, I will turn it back over to Andy.
Okay. We're going to talk about just a few slides left. We're going to talk about some other recommendations. And this is the list of what we're going to go through. I'll just take them one at a time as we go through the next slides. Next slide, please. OPEB stands for other post-employment benefits. The big one here in Pinole is the benefit provided to retirees for medical coverage. And our recommendation is that the city should develop a funding policy for OPEBs and basically try to maintain a trust equal to 100% of the actuarial liability by making regular contributions to an OPEB trust. Basically, what that does is isolate the city as an organization from liability from this benefit. So that's a recommendation we have as something the city should develop. Next slide, please. Another recommendation that we have would be to adopt a surplus utilization policy. So when you do close a year with some budget surplus, which is not unusual, use it to pay down long-term liability. It could be used for that OPEB liability that I just mentioned. It could be used to pay down lease obligations or bonded indebtedness or some other type of long-term liability, but do not use it to supplement regular operations or to add staff or do anything like that. Use it to pay down liabilities that you have. Next slide, please. And if you have a policy on the books, then in a sense, you've already made the decision, and you don't have, and we both, Steve and I know, we've worked with cities, we know there's always a demand to do more. Always, people are always asking you to do more, and that you can never fill every need that's out there. But if you have a policy on the books, you can defend using a surplus amount that comes in when you close the books on a particular fiscal year for paying down a liability that you also have on the books. We also recommend, and maybe this sounds a little counterintuitive, but it's really, we think a good recommendation is reduce the general fund reserve from 50% to 25%. you don't need to carry a 50% reserve. In fact, GFOA recommends about an 17 to 18% reserve. We say 25% because Pinole is not a particularly large city. And we found that other cities with about your same size general fund often had about a 25% reserve. But that 50%, in using that, in bringing down the reserve, you can address some of these other liabilities that we mentioned, particularly OPEB and some of the other liabilities that are out there. Next slide, please. And here's another thing that you could use some of those monies for would be to develop an internal service fund system. Most cities have an internal service fund or an ISF system. It's a way of setting aside money for things that you're going to have to fund. And then it's not such a hit in any particular year because you've set aside money and put it in an internal service fund. And Pinole could use ISFs for equipment maintenance, for insurance reserves, the retiree medical insurance fund and information fund. That it would be a good place to put some dollars so that it wouldn't have quite as much of an impact on any particular budget year. And this is a best practice that helps minimize fluctuations and hits in any particular budget year. Next slide, please. So finally, let me finish up by talking about some next steps. Again, we would suggest that you look at expenditure control, service delivery alternatives, and revenue enhancements first, because those are things that can be done while you maintain service levels. Service level reductions are really something that we would suggest is something that would be done only if you can't find a way to do one of these other fiscal sustainability strategies, because every service that the city is delivering is a valuable service, and so service reductions is kind of the last option. Next slide, please. And I know that Markeisha has this well under control, but you'll need to settle on some sort of a revenue option for November 2024, right around the June, July timeframe, because that's when things have to be finalized so they can go on the ballot for November of 2024. But a revenue measure for November of 2024 would be a really, really good idea. It's really kind of necessary as a building block for fiscal sustainability in Pinole. And I think that's it. Next slide. Just some, just kind of how we see it from here on out as part of your budget process would be some further deliberation on exactly what steps to be taken next in terms of developing not only next year's budget, but other study areas for future budgets in terms of both revenues. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't want to consider another revenue measure in 2026. That might also be something you want to think about, but you'll also be wanting to think about like some things like alternative service delivery or how to economize on service delivery in some other possible areas. And I think that's it. Next slide. So we'd like to thank you for your time, and we appreciate your attention, and we'd be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that report. Do you have any concluding remarks, Markeisha? No. Okay, so I'll bring it back to council with any questions. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Martinez-Rubin.
Thank you. Thanks for your report. So I see on one of your slides under Tier 1 strategies, increased franchise fee rates on gross receipts. That's been an attractive option for for me, in past discussions or workshops that we've had, or meetings that we've had, but I wonder about the feasibility, because I think of the franchises that we have here are either highly regulated or, correct me if I'm wrong, by statute, we probably cannot increase the franchise fees. And what I'm thinking about as highly regulated or maybe protected might be, well, that's my term, PG&E, for example, that chances are will be increasing their rates, even though we might attempt to increase the franchise fees for them. And then there's another,
Garbage.
yes, our
Yeah.
hauler, our waste hauler, you know, they are in the process of reviewing what they need to, what their rates are going to be and how they're going to contract with cities. So there's some possibilities there in thinking about some kind of assessment and or tax on the services that they provide that are related, not solely for picking up the trash, but use of our roads, which I would
Right.
like to have explored and analyze as to the impact that they have on our roads and try to get some monetary value to that, and then consider that in the negotiations that we're having with them. The other circumstance that's affecting waste haulers is their need to estimate how they will be funding their services, given the cost to them with energy efficiency requirements and the use of certain types of heavy trucks that again will be impacting our streets. So more reason for us to have an analysis of what that could be. And if indeed it's feasible to increase our franchise fees given those circumstances, because we certainly will see the effect one way or another. Either we will have decreased funds because of whatever we determine will be a workable negotiation, or we will lose out because in that negotiation we neglected to consider the cost of impact on our roads, which again and again come up as a need here in Pinole. I imagine not unlike in other cities. So the other piece to this, as it's presented on the slide, is there data on gross receipts, or is that proprietary data that you wouldn't have and would put a damper on an analysis that I'm thinking about is important to have?
Are you talking about the business license tax?
No, I'm talking about, well, is that what gross receipts is related to, as you have it on the slide?
Well, sometimes we recommended that you take a look at your business license tax as a possible tax that could be modernized.
Okay, so related to businesses, again, is that data available? I sit
Yes.
on, it is, okay.
It-
I sit on a statewide committee,
It is proprietary,
right,
but it is available.
okay. I sit on a statewide committee where, again and again, the consultants to that group present to us that it's a challenge to obtain information because it is proprietary, so their guesstimate is what we end up with.
Yeah, you have to keep it private. You can look at it, but you have to keep it private. But to answer your question about franchise fees, we thought that the refuse franchise fees was the most likely candidate. And to answer your question about road impacts, there are some road impact fees that cities have adopted. But again, you've got to do the engineering work to prove up the nexus.
Yes, and some cities have done that already, so we can possibly borrow from that, e.g.,
Yes.
if not city, county, Marin County, I believe, is an example of one of those counties that has. So we
Yes,
might,
especially in Southern California.
okay, thank you. I do have other questions. On that same slide, develop an internal service fund cost allocation and reserve system. Can you tell us more about that reserve system? What that would be? Is that something that's feasible? You have it under Tier 1 strategy, so I imagine it
Yeah, it is. And that's you could seed some of these ISFs with some of the reduction in your general fund reserve. And that would actually help you long-term in terms of replacing some city equipment and so on.
So, under Tier 2 strategies, you have financing capital assets, and I'd like to be reminded and to add to what I'm understanding with regard to the sequence of events for financing, that it's important for a city to be in a certain status, credit-wise, to be credit-worthy, and what it takes to be credit-worthy. Are we at a point today in 2024 that to be considered credit-worthy such that if we were to finance capital projects, either short, well, depending on the term, we would get acceptable / attractive interest rates such that it would be an option to us, so that we wouldn't end up in the long term paying so much interest that it really is not an option we ought to consider today.
Well, Pinole is definitely credit worthy. You're not a credit risk. You're credit worthy. You could easily do a financing. The problem is that interest rates are not particularly attractive right now. And the other problem is they're not showing signs of going back down right away. So I would put that financing strategy in a wait and see kind of mode, because, you know, if we were still able to get interest rates of 2 or 3% on long-term financing, like was the case prior to the pandemic, we'd be in a whole different situation, but that's just not the case right now. And they don't seem to be in any hurry. The interest rates don't seem to be in any hurry to get back down to that level. But I would put that in kind of a wait and see. If interest rates do start going down, that's one that might be attractive, but it's not so attractive right now. Not because you're not credit worthy, just because the markets are not that attractive.
Thank you. So if I may go back to the franchise fees, because I want to understand why we would exclude PG&E and telecom.
I don't think you would want to exclude any of them. I think you would want to look at all of them. But the electric utility is going to be one of the more difficult to work with.
Because
they are historically they are difficult to work with. They're, you know, anybody that's worked with PG&E would probably echo that comment. You know, I think that they would give you probably several reasons why they would not want to be supportive of that. But I think that you have more discretion than, well, you have plenty of discretion there. I think the first step would be talking with your city attorney about the various agreements that you have with each of the utilities. Sometimes these are very old. They can be very old. But a first step would be getting an opinion from your city attorney about how much discretion you do have under each of the franchise agreements.
thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Tave.
Okay. So I just want to ask kind of a broader question about scenario 4, because it feels very familiar to Pinole, where there's, you know, any type of financial issue or whatnot. And we go to this utility users tax, sales tax. I'm just thinking of, you know, the picture that we've had since, you know, 2008 of doing these taxes every 2 years. It seems like we've been in this mode for scenario 4 for quite some time. Is that part of your assessment? Would you agree with that statement?
Steve, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I think you've been successful in the past with particularly your sales tax measures, and I do see what you're referring to. That has been a pattern, a successful pattern. I think increasingly the city will need to work harder to justify a continued, ask such as that. And that's why I made reference to showing on the expenditure side that the city's tightening its belt as well. So, I'm not going to say, well, you probably can do this infinitely into the future, because, as you observed, it is a pattern. But sales tax isn't the only strategy on the revenue side. There are others that you can pursue. I mentioned one of the strategies is your business license tax, which hasn't been touched in 39 years. It's the same rate as it's been since 1975 or so. And, you could have sort of a CPI inflation factor as an example, year over year, and you would have sort of this built-in CPI increase. So that's another alternative. So there are still other revenue strategies to pursue, probably not as much revenue as sort of as a sales tax measure would yield. But I understand your point.
I guess what I'm asking too is, we can't have as a city an expectation for us to grow using this model. And what I mean by grow is grow revenue. There has to be more to this if the city wants to see more services, better services. And that's kind of what I was looking to for the question I was asking was, if we keep going status quo with this, we will be able to survive. We will be able to weather the OPEB and everything that's been coming at us, because this is, for lack of a better phrase, it's time tested and proven, right? We've been doing this for quite some time. But, we just recently had the Parks Master Plan. We're going to be going through a series of capital needs. It's safe to say this model is not going to get us there.
Right. I mean, the real property transfer tax is probably a tax that most of your surrounding cities do have. And it's a revenue source that Pinole doesn't have. So that's an example of where you're just lacking a typical revenue source. It's a very common revenue source in Northern California. It's not common in Southern California, but many of your neighboring cities have it.
Andy, Steve, that sounds like something I've heard before.
And you're just kind of at a competitive disadvantage without it.
So, I guess,
of course, it's complicated because you have to be a charter city.
No, I know it.
We know. I know you know all that. I know that.
So, and we've been discussing it for quite some time. But I wanted to see, not to take up too much more time, if we could jump to slide 41. Let me get there myself. So I'm sure everybody else has questions. Just want to jump to 41 as soon as I can get there. Am I going the right way? Of course not. Got it. I had it. Okay, timeline. So I just have two questions. Steve, Andy, how much experience and time have you been doing this type of work?
I think, yeah, we've assisted cities, and in fact, I'm working with the city now in Northern California to bring revenue measure forward. We've facilitated the hiring of pollsters and sort of facilitated the process. Right, Andy? I think we've got quite a bit of experience in this.
About how many years?
Oh, yeah. I've done it. I've done it at least a dozen times.
About how many years would you say?
30 years plus.
30 years. And in your expert opinion, would you say that we're going to need a measure come November?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
I would not miss this ballot.
Councilmember Murphy.
As Andy said before, even subsequent revenue measures in subsequent years as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
No questions for me. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thank you. And Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Sasai, do you have any questions?
No questions at this point, but please let me know if my audio sounds fine. Stop me if it doesn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have several questions, and I'm going to start on page 13, the business license tax increase. Is that subject to voter approval?
Yes.
Okay. And then the increase in franchise fee rates on gross receipts. I know that the Republic Services franchise agreement is coming next July 1st. It's due. Do we know about cable TV or telecom? If we don't, we can just bookmark that for a future time.
I don't think we looked at that one specifically, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Mayor, do you mean the expiration dates of those
Yes.
agreements? I can do the research and get back
Okay.
to you on that.
Okay, great. And then the next page, on page 14, where it's financing capital assets for streets and roads, is, so this would be a bond measure. Would it be a pledge of general fund revenue to repay the bond? Or is there a bond measure similar to the school bonds where it could be put on property tax bills?
The assumption we used for what you see in Appendix A is a general obligation bond.
Okay, and that's a pledge of general fund revenues to repay it?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
so
it
that,
is.
okay. So we could save interest if we just do a pay-as-you-go. We're still gonna be spending the money plus some. So,
Yeah, the issue there is that as the roads deteriorate, they will cost more to repair.
right. Okay, and then I marked on page 25. We were on page 25 when you talked about reducing the reserve. And if you recommended that we reduce the reserve, is that where you would recommend that we move that into the trust fund, the OPED trust fund? Or
That-
you, oh, go ahead.
That would be an excellent use of those funds.
Okay. And then on that page also, you also mentioned doing a 12% across-the-board reduction. And we have a contract for fire services that I'm guessing is about 30% of our general fund budget. Was that taken off the top, or would we assume that that reduction would also apply to that contract?
That was taken off the top with no distinction as to, who would suffer the hit, right? It was sort of a spreadsheet exercise, as I said before, not determining what program or anything would be impacted.
Okay, thank you. And then, again, I'd want to just reiterate what you had said on page 41, where it talks about the next steps for November 2024 revenue measure, that we would be looking at this in 2024, and then we might be looking at another one in 2026 or 2028. I just want to kind of reiterate what I heard.
Yes, I think for Pinole, you probably don't want one of these general elections to pass without at least thinking about it pretty seriously, because there's a number of revenue options that you do have, and there are a number of typical revenues that your neighboring cities are utilizing that you either don't have or you don't have to the same extent.
Got it, thank you. Okay, with that, I'll open it up to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. In person, we have Irma Ruport and Rafael Menes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Just a quick question. In the newspaper, I received this notice for Charter City and to place the measure for the real estate property transfer tax, but not the other measures. Was that just overlooked, or is it just something we have to put on the newspaper right now?
I'll turn to our city attorney.
Through the chair. So there are different noticing requirements for the charter city measure and the real property transfer tax. It needs to be noticed 21 days in advance of the public hearing. So that one is really a precautionary measure. We wanted to make sure we had the public notice in place if the council provided direction on May 7th to move forward. So that's why that one's a little different.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the explanation because it scared the heck out of me. This was 2 days ago, and I thought, oh, well, we've already made a decision, but thank you for the explanation. The other thing, too, is I'm a retired federal worker, and we've gone through the reduction in force, and this long-term expenditure reduction strategies, I think, needs to be done now. We don't have a city manager currently. We're going to hire one. When he or she comes in on board, they will be looking at some of these strategies themselves. I think it's important that we rely on council members, you making a quick decision, stabilize the budget, quickly freeze all vacancies, cost measures that are not essential, so that the city manager can come and make and look at all these possibilities, because I know he's going to come in and try to help us out with some of these things. And I don't know if I can ask this question here, Mayor, but I will ask it and then follow it up at the next part of the budget. I've been asking for the longest time a forensic audit, and I don't know if our consultants can weigh in on this opportunity. A forensic audit for any city organization is for the practice of make sure that all our taxes and monies are being well spent. It's not because someone came in with some kind of an alert or alarm. So I like the consultants to weigh in this if there's other cities that have had forensic audits, and if not, why, and how could we get one? And I just would like to pursue it. Thank you, Mayor, with the consultants.
Okay, thank you. And we'll follow up to answer that. Rafael Menace?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole, and I have several questions and comments on this particular item on tonight's agenda. I also have comments on other items later. First off, going to page number 15 and 16 of the agenda packet, the discussion of the business license tax and shifting that to a potential gross receipts model. I know that the city has in the past been considering hiring a new business development director type position and encouraging business development. I'm wondering whether the city has considered the potential negative impact to attracting businesses if we're doing a gross receipts tax. And I would also note that on page 33 out of 156, that in terms of business license tax revenues per capita, you can see that in table number 9, that our business license tax revenues per capita are similar to other cities that also have a gross receipts tax. So I'm not sure how much increased revenue that would necessarily generate for the city with regards to that. Secondly, I noted that the consultant said that the city was in a strong position in terms of creditworthiness. And I'm curious why that's the case if the city's status quo position would lead to its entering bankruptcy in 5 years. And so far it's shown little willingness to move off of that status quo position despite multiple opportunities, as the presentation has shown in 2020 and in 2022. The city had the opportunity to become a charter city and to impose a real property transfer tax. But in both cases, in part due to exceptional circumstances, the pandemic, in part due to ideological objections, in part due to other reasons, the city chose not to pursue those options. The city chose to recover from the austerity measures that were undertaken prior to 2018 to rebuild city reserves by implementing things like yearly wage increases for all departments, not just police and management, reducing the pension contributions, so on and so forth, in order to be more competitive in terms of the market. So if we're going back to that strategy in terms of expenditure cuts, what impact is that going to have on staff retention, given the increased difficulty the city had in the past at hiring new staff and at retaining staff, and given the more competitive market now for public service employees and so on. I also have more comments, but we have about 5 seconds left. May I continue? Thank you. So my third question is with regards to strategy number 12, adoption of an OPEB funding policy. It notes that basically the city should set up a dedicated strategy to setting aside funds to fund the OPEB policy. And one question I have related to that is, do the various scenarios assume that such a policy is de facto in place? In other words, are we paying down the OPEB debt in these scenarios, or is that not accounted for yet? Because I think that's an important factor, because if that's not accounted for, then that's also going to be a significant factor on the expenditures line. Let's see. And then finally, I would note with regards to rising healthcare costs and strategy 9, and you can see that on pages 39 through 42, that the state is currently considering adopting a universal single-payer health care plan, and that may impact the expenditure cost that would be taken on by the city to pay for retirement costs. Even if the city still has to pay for it, the expected cost reductions with regards to providing that service created by basically imposing single-payer cost providing would potentially have a positive impact on the city's funds there. So I think that's also worth considering as a positive thing. And finally, with regards to the various scenarios, I would note that scenario 3 still doesn't at root solve our problems. Scenario 4 still doesn't at root solve our problems. We're going to need to do at least some of scenario 2, and I'm going to be talking more about that when we get to the budget portion because it's showing up right now. But ultimately, I think the city is going to need to focus on implementing a large number of the measures in scenario 1, whether it be in 1 year or whether it be over multiple budget cycles, as the consultants have noted. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other public commenters online, so I'll turn back to our finance director. And if you can answer any of those questions or turn it over to Andy or Steve.
So there were a combination of comments and questions, but one of the questions that stuck out that I can answer now was regarding the other post-employment benefits. And if the pay down of the unfunded liability is captured in any of the scenarios, and the answer to that is no, it is not. It is status quo baseline scenarios, so it assumes that we would pay the OPEB on a pay-as-you-go basis where we budget annually to pay medical for active retirees.
There was also a question about a forensic audit, and if you can just talk about the audits that we have every year and the difference. Thanks.
Yes, so the city goes through or conducts a year-end audit on an annual basis. We engage an external auditing firm to come in and review the city's books. They look at internal controls in terms of how we handle the city's funds. They also pull samples, so looking at specific transactions. This is a process that starts after the budget is adopted. So for the second half of the calendar year, we're working on the year-end audit, and we receive a report at the end of the calendar year, that is known as the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. And so that is covered. A forensic audit is not something that is normally done unless there are cases where fraud, abuse, waste are suspected. Those are usually called for that. But because most agencies, or pretty much all public agencies undergo an annual year-end audit that is a very, very in-depth and thorough review of the city's finances. And just to add to that, for example, our Measure S funds, right? They're considered general funds, but we keep them separated because the city did agree in the ballot language to report on those annually and separately from the main general fund. And so you receive reports at the end of the year on those, and they confirm that we've spent the funds accordingly based on the language in the ballot when the measure passed. So does that answer your question?
That answers the audit question
Okay.
for me. And then there were a number of other comments and questions, and I don't know if you have any response to those or if you want to take note and when this comes back.
Yes, I'll come back with those, just because, again, I think there were a combination of comments and questions.
Okay, thank you. And I'll bring it back to the council if there's any follow-up questions or comments on this report. Okay, the recommendation is that we receive the strategic financial planning report, which will be used for the basis of the long-term financial plan for fiscal year 24-25 through 44-45, and direct staff to make any changes. So, any changes?
Were there any
Other-
just a quick question. I know this presentation was given at the finance
Yes, it
subcommittee.
was.
Were there any recommendations from the finance subcommittee?
No,
or
just
discussion?
comments about specifics for coming back and giving details about the franchise agreements, and I didn't bring my notes with them. And I don't know if council members, or excuse me,
staff,
Mayor,
or
Mayor Pro Tem, did you have any comments on that item? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Toms. And as Mayor Toms mentioned, the subcommittee didn't have any specific recommendations for the full council, but I do want to bring up a few points that I did make at the subcommittee meeting that I think would be valuable to say again for the full council. So, I think, Steve, you touched on this. It's something I want to point out is the figures for the different budget scenarios presented. So, for example, on page 17, the projection for budget scenario 1 is basically assuming that we implement all the strategies in scenario 1 immediately. And so we need to keep in mind that many of the strong revenue strategies, the parcel tax, user utility tax, real property transfer tax, so on and so forth, going back to your point, cannot be implemented all at once. It's virtually impossible to do that. So what we do know is that we have to take action now to make sure we're going in the right direction financially as a city. So we should be thinking about timelines in terms of bringing some of these items to the voters. One of the questions that I asked in the meeting that we had was, when was the last time that we, as a city, utilized primary elections to bring forward a ballot measure? And the answer was, it's been a really long time. We need to consider that that space on the ballot is extremely valuable. Our time is valuable. Same with special elections, where it's necessary and makes sense for us. So we need to consider agendizing those items for future discussions if that's something the council is interested in looking into, so we can at least start the conversation now.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you for bringing that up. If we were to use a primary elections, and if we were successful, we would be able to go into the budget season with that information. If we were not successful, then, there's another direction, another response that we would have during budget season. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Thomas, so I'm not sure if this is the time to do so, but with regard to direction, based on the comments, questions that came up, and the interest in identifying how feasible it would be to increase franchise fees, particularly to our waste hauler, can I know from our city attorney, indeed, whether we will have a review of the agreements, all of the franchise agreements, and then as well that we can pursue an analysis that would give us an estimate of the impact on our roads. We can compare what Marin County has done. That's not a question for you, it would be for our Public Works Director. But I'd like to see that happen because it would be additional information for us to consider.
Okay, so
Do we need a,
to
do
that.
we need a vote?
I'm not sure what the question was or what the motion.
It's a request for our city attorney to review the agreements that are in place with all our franchisees and bring us back that information to consider as we continue in this process with long-term finance planning and forecasting, as well as specifically having our Public Works Director conduct an analysis related to the impact of that service on our roads, the financial impact.
Go ahead.
So it can help offset our request.
Yeah, just as
with
we're
that.
clarifying, I mean, I kind of want to get an understanding of what information you want back. Like specifically, is it the franchise fee that we're receiving from the hauler, the PG&E potential franchise fee? I mean,
For one, we need to know the terms that exist now and the
Okay.
agreements that we've made and what the franchise fees are, whether they're a percentage or whether they are, however they're calculated, right? That's one piece of information. The other piece of information is we don't know monetarily, but we do see very visibly the impact of heavy trucks on our roads, including the recurrent use of our waste haulers. To have that figure available to us would be very helpful when we start talking about negotiating contracts with our waste hauler. It's at least one piece of additional piece of information we don't currently have, and I'm not sure whether we've used it in the past to include in those negotiations.
Yeah, I don't think, there wouldn't be time to do that sort of analysis during budget season, but if perhaps we can, take a look at somebody else's analysis.
Yep,
and
absolutely.
Bring that forward.
Yep, and that's what I'd like to have staff do.
Okay.
Mayor, I have
so
a quick question. Oh, I'm so
I'm sorry. Do we want that to come back in a future discussion on an
the
agenda during the budget process? Okay.
Yeah.
No, I was just wondering if it's a memo coming back to us or
It's a discussion for the
Discussion?
public to know
Yeah,
about.
this is going to be coming back to us.
during the budget cycle,
Yeah.
not a separate agenda
Yeah.
item. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah. Is that clear? Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. I'm sorry. This is actually related to the presentation on slide 13. Either Director Guillory or the presenters today, it just says that public engagement is part of in the budget process as a part of service delivery and governance. Can you elaborate more about what that means? Or what does that mean to you all? I know what that means to me or to us.
Yes, this was a request that we received through Markeisha. I understand that the city council had interest in learning more about enhancing its budget process through increased community participation. So we included that bit of research that came by way of the Government Finance Officers Association, and we lumped it under that category of governance because I think it does, to a certain extent, fall in line with some of the other governance initiatives that we discussed to further enhance sustainability, and in this case, just including more community perspectives, especially when you consider the revenue measures and potential expenditure reduction strategies that you'll be considering. I think having a more participatory budgeting process might be useful to the city. So in that vein, that's why we included it.
Thank you. So that's in the presentation. Where does that show up in the report, the staff report, or how is that
Oh, yes,
reflected?
it's in attachment A. There's probably 4 pages dedicated to talking about how to enhance community participation, public engagement. If you have the report accessible to you, let's see, it's strategy 16, page
It's page
43.
49 of the agenda packet.
Gotcha.
On the agenda packet, right. I didn't go into much detail in the presentation because it was sort of a late add, but it's there in detail for you in the attachment A.
Okay, so you all are aligning, just to make sure I'm clear, because now I understand. So pages 45 through 49, I believe, right? Is what
Yes.
you're referring to? Or
Yes.
47. I'm looking at the online Civic. Sometimes the Civic Clerk portal is different from the number of pages. So what I'm reading from this is your assessment is that we're already doing these things, or your actually, that's the question. Is the assessment that we're already doing these things, or are you presenting this as something we need to do more of?
Oh, to be honest, we did not evaluate whether you're doing these things or not. As I said, it was a request that I thought came by way of the Markeisha, the city council had requested more information on public engagement. You may be doing some of these things already, but whether you are or not, these are just some best practice options for you to consider, especially as I say, when you're going to be changing the way you budget through either higher revenue, potentially higher revenue measures, initiatives, or expenditure reductions. It could be helpful for you to consider
Okay.
public engagement.
So Director Guillory, this is I believe the third year we're entering the balancing act tool. Is
Yeah,
that-
so we replaced that now. We have a different tool that we're using that's all encompassing, but it still has the functionality to do those similar surveys that we use Balancing Act for.
Okay.
And I just wanted to add to this is that this is more of a toolkit for us. So the city is not doing participatory budgeting in the traditional sense of what that means. But this is meant to provide tools for us to incorporate in our budget processes going forward.
Gotcha. So one of the reasons I ask is because if we do, first of all, thank you for the additional tool in the toolbox. The question I have is around if we do continue on with the participatory budgeting process, which we hopefully will, that we started, are we aligning the data? So if we have 2 years of similar data, my hope is that we would go to those same folks who submitted information from the previous 2 years and or more folks to align that data to understand how their trends are switching, right? I mean, that was kind of the goal of the tool set, is to make sure we do that. Is the new tool we're using able to align the same questions and allow us as a council and the finance team to understand that kind of consistent trends that folks want?
Yes, absolutely. So we could set it up in whatever way we want to. In the past, we used more of a qualitative survey where we asked the community to prioritize various initiatives and capital improvement projects. So we could use the same structure going forward and be able to compare year over year. Yeah.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear, because I really want folks to be able to leverage this participatory tool this year more than ever. So when we first launched it, we really did it around the American Public Rescue Plan Act, which gave us about 4.6 million, 6.2 million, I can't remember.
4.6 million.
$4.6 million. At that point, that was just a center amount of revenue that was granted to us from the federal government that folks had the ability to, folks being our residents and visitors, had the ability to reflect and give the staff feedback on how to spend that money.
Yes.
So that simulation tool was probably easy for most folks because it was allowable for them to say, hey, what would you do with $4.6 million? I would like our staff to be able to engage the public in that same conversation around what would be the next agenda item, seeking the public's really decision points and data points on how they would manage a budget, essentially, for us to support the city. So if we are, as it's projected, 1.3 million in a deficit this year, do we have the tool allowable to give that to the public, to ask them how they see the cuts, how they see revenue or expenditures should be exchanged?
We could set that up. How soon? I mean, timing, I guess, will probably be a bit of a challenge, but we are still in the budget process, so we could distribute that using the new platform that we have.
Okay. What's the challenge of the timing?
Just setting up the actual survey, and so creating it, there's work that goes in on the back end to be able to set that survey up, and then just getting it out there, leaving it open for a few weeks because it's a voluntary response system. So we usually just send out the link to everyone, to all residents and businesses in the city, and get feedback that way. So, I mean, we still have time in terms of the budget process, which goes through June. We just would need to get started on that pretty soon.
So I want to give staff the jurisdiction to use whatever tools are available in our toolkit. I also feel like the purpose of the participatory budgeting tool, the balancing act that we used, in my opinion, was to kind of have consistent data over time and being able to go directly to our residents to say, yeah, we are your representatives, and we also have technology today that allows you to make decisions on how the budget should move left or right, top to bottom, southwest to east, whatever that is. So that's the data I really want, and I want to continue to have that data because I know it's easy for some folks, it's easy for them to come to public comment, and then what's challenging is to figure out how to continue to make decisions moving forward after there's been a lot of decisions that have been made before my even time in the city. And so as I've been championing that tool, the participatory budgeting tool, which is named the Balancing Act, but I'm open to other forums, I want to make sure that we have, as a council, we're a part of that conversation and those switches. So I feel like if timing is an issue, I would want to know how to mitigate that as a council. Like, this is the time. Like, this is literally the time that we want to share with the public, number one, our issues, but we also want to, like, tell them, you have the ability to tell us how to move dollars from, one department to another, right, before we approve, right? I know it's not as simple as that, but the simulation tool allows a little bit of that, and it, to my understanding, has. I didn't realize we were switching over. So I just want to make sure, like, if timing is a challenge, that's, I guess, understandable, but I also want to make sure that we are collecting as much data as possible moving forward from our residents, not just about anecdotal data, but really, like, leveraging the data of those simulations to be able to do that. Is that clear as feedback, or should I go more into detail?
Somewhat. I'd just like to add, though, too, it sounds like the structure would be different for what we've done in the past, because you mentioned actual dollars, right? Now that becomes a quantitative survey where they're moving funds between departments. The survey that we use, the community budget priority survey that we released following the survey for the ARPA funds, it was qualitative. So it basically had 5 or 6 major categories: infrastructure, transportation, public safety, very broad general categories. And then the respondents would rank those based on priorities. So we wouldn't be able to compare that to a quantitative survey anyhow. So we would have to figure out how, if you're wanting to compare past data, then we would need to figure out how to formulate that survey instrument, just because it was a little bit different. For the ARPA funds, we did use a quantitative survey. We said we have this much.
Right.
Where would you like to see X amount of dollars go in all these various areas?
Yeah.
But following that, it was just rank these in order of priority.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's helpful to know. I'll say it is a little frustrating. I don't know where that gap did not arise. I thought my hope was that the situations we were in for the last 3 years, where we kind of had this new tool, we were engaging in a new public engagement strategy, essentially. In my thought process, we would come to this moment eventually. I didn't think during my first term, because we were kind of moseying in the budget really well. But now that we're here, I was hoping that data would stay consistent, or at least we would create those systems to understand. Again, in some ways, it's kind of like the algorithm, right? It's kind of like we would know what the residents want because the residents have told us so often, and we have the data to prove it, what they want. And so now it's more so like, I just want staff to be more thoughtful moving forward about, like, how do we create those systems now and those tools now, keep them consistent, and also engage in growth when we can, but keep it consistent enough that we can understand the data moving forward.
Yes, absolutely.
And if that takes us time throughout this budget process, I'd like to get that squared away this year, because whether we're the council or the next council comes in, we're gonna that's gonna be a useful leverage point to really understand, like, how to make these tough decisions moving forward. And my hope was that we would be in a space that we would be able to at least draw on 3 years of data, right? But I guess I missed that gap, so I just want to make sure that we move forward and understand that, if that's okay.
So we have it. It's
Okay.
just if we were to change it this year, it would be different. So that was my point.
Solid.
The community, the priority survey, we did that the last 3 years.
Okay.
So we have that and we can compare it. And as a matter of fact, we indicate or note in the long-term financial plan that we currently have.
Okay.
We touch on that. And then we've also brought back the results of those in prior budget periods. So we do have it. If you would still like to see that, we don't have it. I mean, we haven't changed it, so we wouldn't be able to say, okay, we put out a survey and said we have a $1.3 million deficit. How would you change things? Because this wasn't the situation in prior
Last
years,
year,
right?
right.
So it was just, what are the priorities? There wasn't we have this deficit. How would you move things around?
Okay.
So
Just to be clear, I think the next action that we can take, and I'd be happy to make this a motion, but before I do that, I just want to explain. I would love for us to move forward with that participatory budgeting process.
Absolutely.
Specifically, because I don't know the new tool, I'm just referencing the old tool, which was called it was a budget simulation tool.
Yes.
So it would allow for folks who are residents to basically be in the seat of a council member and allow them to move money around in the budget as they see.
Got it.
And that data set would hopefully be given to us before our final meeting so that we understand if we're making the right choices that are aligned with the public or at least the respondents of the survey, right? Because it's not, I mean, if the full public responds, please do. That would be great. Those who are responding, we want to hear from them. And we actually want to respond and react to what they're responding to, which is, again, the budget simulation tool.
yes,
So-
and it has that same functionality. So
Okay,
we do.
solid. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
If I may
So-
add something to that,
Yes, go
it's always important, and I know that you won't neglect this aspect of it, to know that denominator. Because what's important, as much as we want participation from all segments of our community, it doesn't happen, and it takes several years for that to actually grow, right? Familiarity with the instrument, reason to be involved at all, the purpose of asking the questions, all of that. The general economic condition, which may move someone to respond to something that's related to their own economic status, et cetera. What I want the public also to be aware of is that we cannot let only a certain percentage of people be the ones for whose information we rely on, and makes it even more important for broader participation. So with the numbers that I've seen of returns, we're not there yet as a city to really rely on that information, whether it's quantitative or otherwise. We're just beginning to see the tip of participation, and I think that's important for the public to be aware of as well. Thank you.
Okay, so I've heard 3 asks, information regarding the franchise agreements, cost estimate for road, impact of trucks on, waste haulers on roads, and then the participatory budget information. Do we need a motion on that, or can we just say that this is?
I did have a couple other things to ask. I thought you
Okay.
were having discourse about the idea that I brought up. So the other questions I have are regarding the other, so again, the participatory budgeting tool is a tool to really elevate the dialogue that we're having now beyond anecdotal evidence. So again, we'll use the anecdotes and the stories and the public comment, but also we want data that's consistent, that we can see trends, and that we can follow up with every year. So that's the goal. The other piece of it is when we have recommendations like adoption of an OPEB funding policy or adoption of a surplus utilization policy, that we collect data from the residents about those things too. Is the current process moving forward that we have, or the tool that we're using around participatory budgeting, are we able to incorporate the recommendations that have been set out by Baker Tilly today in the tool that we have?
Set up that way because we just haven't created the survey tool, but if that is the direction, those questions or those types of questions related to specific policies could be included. It just would be one of the items in the
Okay.
survey.
Okay. I think it would be great to include those in my head, I think these adoptions of these policies sound great. I don't know how the rest of the council is about these policies, but it sounds like we would probably more than willing be supportive of it. But I think it goes back to us just collecting the data and understanding how many people in the public either understand the issue of what the need for OPEB funding is, or, I think, more controversially, in my perspective, like reducing the general fund reserve balance from 50 to 25, right? These are ideas. These are probably good ideas from some and bad ideas to others. But I'd like to see some data on how our public is responding to these ideas. So if we have a tool that does that consistently, that would be great. Obviously, like I don't know when these recommendations are going to come back to our city council yet. So this, when I look at the slide that says reduce general fund reserve balance from 50 to 25, we could have a question about that this year, and it could be very certain that the council doesn't even look at it this year. Then we go back to the question next year and have that same question. We may get different data sets. We may have different folks, but it'd be great to start aligning kind of these budget questions, right? This is what the basis of participatory budgeting is about. And so having kind of like this data helps us and the generations that come after us make very valid decisions. The reason I just want to explain why I think about this so strongly is because I am certainly my fourth year as a council member, my first term, and a lot of these issues are coming to me. I wasn't expecting to, be a council member with $100 million, dealing with $100 million deficit and, deferred maintenance, not deficit. Not deficit, definitely not deficit. Certainly don't want to deal with that. But in some ways, deferred maintenance, that's a deficit that I've been dealing with, that we've been dealing with as a council. Retirement, right, is something that we know is very important for our workers. And that has been an issue prior to my council term, right? And probably will be an issue after my council term. And so it's really important that we find a way outside of public comment to get this data from our residents. I recognize that it takes a long time to get a sample size of data that really matters. And perhaps like there's other strategies that other council members have that would bring us to be more informed about the residents of the city, but we have a tool that we proposed, that we funded, that we have, and that's the tool that has worked so far. Director Guillory, you mentioned another tool, which is great. I'd be more than willing to learn about that tool, but I do want to make sure that we have these recommendations and we put them into a way, we use and leverage these recommendations as variables to understand what the public wants more. That's the principle I'm trying to set.
Yes.
Thank you.
And if I may, the tool we're using is public input.
Oh,
so it's tied to the app.
Yep.
It has a survey functionality. So that was the reason why we did away with the Balancing Act, because we have one tool that encompasses so many different functionalities.
Even better. Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, getting back to the question of do we need to have a motion or is the discussion, okay. So I heard 3 items: the franchise agreement, road repair cost estimates, and the direction for the participatory budget. Is there a motion?
Those are all just staff report backs, or how does that, what would be the motion?
It would come back to us the next time that this item comes back to us, correct? This is coming back to us again with the budget?
Yes, so on May 21st, with the preliminary proposed budget.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. I move that the items requested identified by the mayor be considered, researched and considered, and brought back as part of the discussion at that May 21st meeting.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think we need to do a roll call vote because we have Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Yes?
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai,
Yes.
and Mayor Toms.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you for that report. The next item on the agenda is 5B, and that's the fiscal year 24-25 preliminary operating funds baseline budget and city council requests for 24-25 budget changes. And our finance director again.
The presentation should come up shortly. Okay, next slide, please. So for this item, this is a presentation of the fiscal year 2024-25 baseline budget for the operating funds. And staff's recommendation is for the city council to receive this report and to provide any, or direct staff to make any adjustments. And we'll also look at the one-time budget items and capital improvement projects that are funded by the general fund. And we're asking for direction on those as well. Next slide. So the topics of discussion for this presentation will include the budget development process, operating funds baseline budget, one-time budget items, and next steps. Next slide. So the development of the city's budget, we go through an iterative process. It starts in February of each calendar year and goes through June of each year. And there are a number of steps that is involved to develop the city's budget. We start with the current year's budget. In this case, it's the fiscal year 2023-24. We use that as the starting point. We add in any known changes or known factors, and that is how we develop the first version of the fiscal year 2024-25 baseline budget. Just note that baseline means ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures. From there, we have an internal process where each city department enters their proposed budgets, and we meet with each individual department. So that includes the finance department as well as the city manager. We review all budgets in detail, and we also address any proposed special projects or increased service levels. At that time, departments will propose requests for additional positions and or appropriations. If that is something that they're asking for the budget, the upcoming budget. From there, the finance department and the city manager considers all department requests for changes to the baseline budget, and we work to prepare the preliminary proposed budget. That is the comprehensive budget document that is presented to the city council, and this year it will be presented at the May 21st meeting. And then from there, we refine the budget until we get to the point where it is proposed for adoption, and that usually takes place at the second meeting in June. Next slide. As we go through the budget development process, we work within the framework of the city's structurally balanced budget policy. The policy applies to the general fund operating budgets, and the goal is to create a proposed general fund operating budget that is structurally balanced, meaning that the city's ongoing revenues are sufficient to fund its ongoing expenditures. The goal is to ensure sustainability of service levels and to also stabilize expenditure levels by balancing the budget. Next slide. So the components of the baseline budget includes the recurring revenues that are those that the city can reasonably expect to continue to receive on an annual basis. That includes all of our tax revenues, fees, fines, interest income, licenses and permits, and charges for services. Our recurring expenditures are ongoing costs that relates to ongoing services and activities. So that includes the salaries and benefits of all city employees, utilities, building and equipment maintenance, as well as mandated agreements, specifically those that we have with Contra Costa County. Next slide. Our non-recurring budget items, which are excluded from the baseline budget, includes non-recurring revenues. They're typically one-time receipts, and usually grant awards or one-time sale of property will be considered non-recurring. Our non-recurring expenditures are costs that are related to activities that are not ongoing, so that would include the council-directed one-time initiatives, capital improvement projects, and some staff-recommended budget additions that are for special projects that will occur over 1 year as opposed to ongoing. And again, non-recurring budget items are excluded from the baseline budget. Next slide. So looking at the general fund, there's a few highlights that I like to mention. The baseline budget revenues and expenditures are consistent with the prior year's forecast, meaning that there are no major changes to assumptions in terms of growth. It is a status quo budget with service levels and staffing levels remaining the same as the current fiscal year. The general fund continues to support the city's full service operations. And some of the operations or some of the key accomplishments that are listed in the 2023 year in review and 2024 look ahead are that the city expanded city events and programs, especially in the recreation area and community development. It increased communication and engagement by implementing new technology solutions, improved service and efficiencies, both internally and in those services that are provided to the public, and maintained a relatively strong financial position. The city also maintains a general reserve outside of the unassigned fund balance, which is used for one-time items. So I just wanted to point that out to mention that the city does a good job of living within its means and providing the services that it does to the public. We are just in a situation where our expenditures or the growth in expenditures are or is exceeding the growth in our revenue sources, and I'll go into more detail about that in the following slides. And just also wanted to reference again the 2023 year in review and 2024 look ahead on all of the activities that are going on in the city. It also provides context to what our dollars fund as far as city operations. Next slide. Some of the general fund budget pressures that we are experiencing, as we mentioned before, not things that are isolated to Pinole, but that other local governmental agencies are facing. Our city baseline budget is not balanced at this point as our ongoing expenditures exceed ongoing revenues. We've experienced inflation like everyone else, resulting in higher costs in terms of personnel costs, as well as other operating expenditures. And then again, our revenue growth is outpaced by the expenditure growth. Important to note here also is that our non-discretionary expenditures are growing at a faster pace. And what I mean by that is our required contribution to CalPERS, for example. It increased 16%. That's what we would call a non-discretionary cost, right? This is not something that supports normal operating day-to-day activities. Indirectly, it does because it's to pay for the retirement of staff. But if we're looking at day-to-day operations, it does not support that. And so we're in a situation where we have a $1.3 million shortfall that we need to cover, but we're trying to cover that by reducing discretionary budgets. So there's a misalignment in terms of how do we get to the point of balancing where, you know, we're cutting departmental budgets for operating activities, but again, we're cutting them for non-discretionary costs. Next slide. So here's the general fund baseline budget. This is a summary overview of the revenues for the fiscal year 2024-25 compared to the current fiscal year. And overall, we're projecting an increase of $1.8 million or 7%. And I'll go into more detail on the categories in just a moment here. Next slide. So looking at the general fund baseline budget expenditures, comparing the two fiscal years, we're looking at a growth of $2.5 million or a 9% increase. And the result is a budget gap of $1.3 million. Next slide. So the chart here just is a depiction of where our general fund money comes from. Just to give an overview of that, the majority of the general fund revenue comes from tax revenues. They make up about 80% of the total revenue budget. And then we have other smaller categories of revenue, but Pinole, like other local agencies, are highly reliant on tax revenues to support its municipal operations. Next slide. So starting with property tax, which is one of our major sources of revenue, it is a tax that's imposed on real property. The fixed statutory rate is 1% of total assessed valuation for the county, of which Pinole receives approximately 19%. This is made up of the 1% basic property tax and also the Redevelopment Property Tax Trust Fund, or the RPTTF. For the baseline budget, we are assuming a net 9% increase. This is consistent with the projections provided by our property tax consultant, HDL. And that's mainly due to the increase in the residual RPTTF, and that's resulting from the retirement of the former redevelopment debt, which has all been paid off. And so those funds will now flow directly into the general fund now that the debt is paid for those former redevelopment properties. Next slide. So I also wanted to provide a chart here of the property tax breakdown. So as I mentioned, about 19% of the 1% of assessed valuation comes back into the city of Pinole. The majority of property tax dollars go to the West Contra Costa Unified School District, and then other programs within at the county and regional levels. This just shows the distribution of property tax dollars. Next slide. So looking at sales tax, the city of Pinole imposes a sales tax of 9.75% on taxable goods. The city receives the statewide standard 1%, and then also receives 2 half-cent sales tax from the Measure S 2006 in 2014. The baseline budget assumes a 3% increase, and this is also based on the projections provided by our sales tax consultant, HDL. Next slide. And similar to the property tax, this is a breakdown of the sales tax and how it's distributed amongst the various agencies. We see that the majority of it goes to the state general fund. The city of Pinole receives a total of 2% between the Bradley Burns standard 1% and the 2 Measure S, and the remaining goes to a number of county agencies. Next slide. Our utility users tax is an 8% tax levied on the consumption of telecommunications, gas, and electricity. We are assuming a 2% increase. This is based on historical trends. We are seeing a consistent higher growth in the gas and electricity segments due to higher rates that are imposed on customers, and that is reflected in the budget. Next slide. Our franchise tax is levied on public utilities and corporations that supply gas, electricity, cable television, and garbage service. The fees are paid by the various entities, and they are specified in the individual franchise agreements that the city has with the service providers. The baseline budget assumes an 8% increase. Yes, it assumes an 8% increase based on historical trends. And again, here we're also seeing higher growth in the electricity and gas segments. Next slide. Our intergovernmental taxes is generated from the motor vehicle in lieu fee. It's collected and apportioned by the state, and it's a tax on the ownership of registered motor vehicles. We are assuming a 4% increase consistent with our projections provided by HDL. Next slide. The transient occupancy tax is a 10% tax levied on short-term lodging. So at any short-term stays at motels or Airbnb would be another example. The TOT applies to that. For the baseline budget, we're assuming a 2% increase based on historical trends and also industry trends. So our consultants do provide information on trends in the restaurant and lodging industries as well. And we saw a large increase at the downturn of the pandemic, but that is starting to level off. And we're not expecting it to grow as fast as it had been 1 year ago. Next slide, please. The business license tax is assessed on all businesses doing business within city limits, and we're assuming a 2% increase over the last year based on historical trends. The charges for services category includes the public safety charges received for dispatch services provided by the city of Pinole to the cities of Hercules and San Pablo. There's a cost sharing agreement there that is in place. The most recent agreement went into effect on July 1st of 2023, and it goes out 5 years. There is a 5% escalator built into that agreement, and that is reflected in the baseline budget. Next slide. Other revenue includes all other revenue sources, including fees, permits, interest income, reimbursements, and miscellaneous revenue. For fiscal year 24-25, we are assuming an increase of 34%. So it's pretty significant there. This is mostly as a result of our updated comprehensive user fee study, where we discovered a number of fees that the city was undercharging for in the past, and then also we added a number of fees, mostly in the Public Works Department, and we are now collecting those fees based on the cost of services study. The goal is to collect up to 100% of what it costs to provide those services, and we were able to accomplish that with the user fee study and institute those in the master fee schedule. The transfer in comes from one source, that is from the Section 115 pension trust, and that is to offset the increase in pension costs in the general fund. Next slide. So now for the next few slides, we'll take a look at the general fund expenditures. This is a depiction of where the general fund dollars go. As we can see, the majority of general fund dollars goes toward personnel-related costs, so salaries and wages, as well as benefits. And then the third largest category is our professional services. So there's been a reallocation in terms of the percentages going down in the personnel costs and showing up in the professional services. And this is due to the contract that we have with the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District, also known as ConFire. So the majority of that category includes that contract for the fire services. Next slide. So looking at the categories in detail, the salaries and wages are based on the staffing levels of 115 full-time equivalents. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, we're assuming status quo staffing levels. So no additional positions are reflected in this budget. The baseline budget assumes a 6% increase, mostly attributable to the cost of living adjustment of 4% for all labor groups, and market equity adjustments for several classifications that were approved in the last round of labor agreements. Next slide. So I wanted to provide more information or a comparison of budgeted positions over the last 5 years, just to provide some context of how the organization has changed over the last 5 years. We see in fiscal year 2021-22 that the city did undergo a citywide reorganization, and with that, a number of key positions were created and filled. Some examples were the Human Resources Director, the Community Services Director, so a number of positions that the city did not have in the past, those were added. There were other organizational changes, including separating the Public Works Department and the Community Development Departments and making those two separate departments under two separate directors. And then going forward in fiscal year 2022-23, the fire department transitioned from the city of Pinole to ConFire. If we compare the last 2 years in this chart, we see that the staffing levels are identical. Next slide. So looking at benefits, this includes the retirement and benefits for all staff, permanent full-time staff, medical, dental, and workers' compensation. We're assuming a 21% increase. So a pretty significant increase here. This is mostly due to the CalPERS contribution, which increased by 16%. And also health insurance rates have continued to increase significantly over the last 2 years, and we're assuming an 8% increase there. For CalPERS, I'd like to also mention, I think it's important to note that members or staff that falls under classic membership within the CalPERS system also contributes an additional amount to the required employer contribution to CalPERS. So we contribute the required 8% for employees and then an additional 7%, which covers a portion of the employer's contribution. And that's done through a cost sharing agreement that was put into place several years ago. And so that continues. And the amount for CalPERS is net of that cost sharing agreement. For professional services, this includes the consulting and administrative services, building and equipment maintenance, office expenses, and others. As I mentioned earlier, the majority of this category includes the contract with ComFire. It also includes the contracts with the county for animal control services, which is about $220,000 for the upcoming fiscal year, and then also library services, which is about $188,000. We're assuming a 6% increase based on those contracts for the most part. And there are some other discretionary contracts that departments may have with consultants and such, and so escalators are built into the budget to cover those. Next slide. Other operating, smaller category, but includes our utilities for utilities provided to the city of Pinole. We're assuming a 10% increase just based on trends and also based on increases in rates. Materials and supply, next slide. Sorry. The next is materials and supplies. This includes fuel, maintenance supplies, and safety equipment. And the growth rate is pretty low because this category is leveling off a bit with the transition of fire from the city to ComFire. So the majority of the expenditures in this category were used by the fire department in the past. Next slide. So interdepartmental charges include admin charges, reimbursements for services provided by one city department to another. Examples of those would be the human resources and finance departments. Other city departments are our primary customers as internal service functions. And for those services that we provide to those other departments, including the sewer enterprise, it comes back into the general fund in the form of a reimbursement. So that is why we see a credit here for this expenditure category. We're assuming a net 2% decrease, and that's mainly because we won't have the successor agency fund anymore. That fund we received an admin allowance for staff time that was spent on successor agency activities, and since that is going away, our reimbursements back into the general fund will decrease slightly. Next slide. Capital outlay includes non-major asset acquisition and improvement. So this is regular operating capital outlay, not the capital improvement projects. And that includes computer equipment and furniture. We're assuming a 1% increase based on cost estimates that departments have provided in their budgets. Next slide. The debt service includes the payment of principal and interest on the 2006 pension obligation bonds. And the amount budgeted is based on the long-term debt obligation schedule, and it's pretty much the same amount each fiscal year. Next slide. So the last category of expenditures are the transfers out. This category mostly contains the subsidies to other funds that are unable to recover 100% of the cost of providing services, with the major one being the recreation fund. And then also the Pinole Community Television Fund receives the subsidy from the general fund. We did not assume any growth because the subsidies were based on flat growth or flat dollar amounts that were set by the city council several years ago. And at the end of each fiscal year, we do an assessment to determine the actual amount that is needed to be transferred. Because expenditures are going up in those areas similar to general fund areas, we may need to look at those dollar amounts and consider increasing those, just because the amounts that we've had to transfer over the last 2 years have been a bit higher than the flat rate that is already set and included in those budgets. So moving away from the baseline budget and looking at items that are included in the budget but outside of the baseline, we have two categories. We have the one-time budget items, most of which were directed by the city council in prior years. So they have either started and have not been completed, or they haven't started at all, and they're carrying forward to the next fiscal year. So the majority of these are actually carry forwards. And then some of them are staff recommended, but for the most part, they're carried forward from prior years. Next slide. And then the capital improvement projects, which are also considered non-recurring or one-time, it's the same idea here. Most of these are projects that were budgeted in prior years, but they have not been completed or have not started, and they've carried forward. There's been some changes, and Director Mishra will go into those in the CIP presentation. But if we're looking at the one-time budget items plus the capital improvement projects, we look at a one-time use of fund balance that totals $9.2 million. Next slide. And if we put it all together, looking at the general fund budget summary, for the baseline budget, we are looking at a budget gap of $1.3 million at this point in the development process. We're looking at the one-time items down in the lower section of the table. We see that we have an estimated beginning fund balance of $9.4 million. If we were to keep all of the one-time budget items in, plus the capital improvement projects, the use of fund balance comes to $9.2 million, leaving an estimated ending fund balance of about $227,000. So I think it's important to show those two different components, because if you were to make any changes to the one-time budget items and or the capital improvement projects, any reductions, for example, it doesn't have any impact on the baseline budget. So what it would do, though, is if you wanted to reduce those, it just would preserve more of the unassigned fund balance and other, which could be used for other sources or other uses. But it will not change the baseline budget. Next slide. So I'll just quickly go through the other operating funds to give you an idea of where we are with those. So the recreation fund, comparing the two fiscal years, we're showing growth of about 4% in expenditures and little to no growth in the revenues. So we are looking at a budget shortfall of $1.1 million at this point, and staff is reviewing the budget to see where we can reduce that to balance the budget and or increase the general fund subsidy. Next slide. The next is the building and planning fund. It has revenue, actually revenue is expected to decrease by 4% between the two fiscal years, and expenditures is expected to decrease by 10%, mostly in the professional services category. But it does show a budget shortfall of $583,000, and staff is reviewing that as well. Next slide. For the Pinole Community Television Fund, revenues are projected to go down 28%, mostly in the charges for services. So those are services that the city provides to other agencies. And expenditures are expected to increase 21%. It should be noted, though, the majority of that is for one-time items, for capital improvements, upgrading broadcast equipment, and also the city council chambers. So that is included there as well. Next slide. And lastly, we have the Sewer Enterprise Fund, which is self-sustaining, and it does show a budget gap of $27.4 million, but that will be funded by fund balance, and the majority of that is attributable to capital improvement projects in the wastewater treatment plant. Next slide. So in summary, as I presented, the general fund baseline budget is not balanced at this point. There is a shortfall of $1.3 million. Staff is working to balance the baseline budget, which requires departments to submit reductions of 6%, so that is happening internally. If we're not able to meet the 6%, we will need to explore other options to reduce the budget gap. And there are a number of options that we may propose. They're mostly short-term and one-time solutions, but important to keep in mind that once we get into the budget for the fiscal year 2025-26, we will know if the ballot measure has passed or not. And then also we'll be back at the table for labor negotiations with that. So if we needed to institute a short-term solution for the fiscal year 2024-25, we could discuss what those options would look like. But as I mentioned, all city departments are looking to reduce their operating budgets by 6%. Next slide. So the next steps in this process will be to incorporate any budget changes that the City Council directs tonight and to present the preliminary proposed budget during the City Council meeting on May 21st. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to turn to council members for any questions.
Mayor, I do. I have a few questions.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. We'll start with you.
Thank you, Director Guillory, again for your presentation. Can you, I heard you, and I feel like I ask this question every year. Can you explain why changes to the CIP do not correlate to impact to the baseline budget?
Because they're not ongoing, so they're not included in the baseline budget. When we put together the baseline budget, we strip out all of the one-time things. And we say, if we didn't do any of those one-time initiatives, if we didn't do any capital projects, what does it cost the city to do its traditional municipal services, right? That's what the baseline budget is. So it does not include that.
Okay.
The one-time and capital was funded by the unassigned fund balance, which is an accumulation of reserves over time.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So if we were to not take action as a council on anything, and this was, I think, one of the options, for example, if we had a structural deficit for this year, 2024, 2025, I guess this upcoming fiscal year, we would, that 1.3 million deficit, the way we would pay for that is with unassigned balance, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes,
that's where that's that
important.
second part, right? Where you were saying that if we did move projects around, CIP projects around, it would impact it wouldn't impact the baseline budget, but it would impact the lever that we have essentially to not pay or use as much of our reserve.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Precisely.
Just one other question is, I know that every year we, I think this happened last council meeting, we approved our master fee schedule.
Yes.
We have done an assessment of our fees, and I think you mentioned it in your presentation about the increase. Some of those fees we've increased largely because of the need for updating, modernizing those fees. So we've assessed I guess we've had an assessment as to like the amount of fee that should be charged. How do we assess the effectiveness of collecting those fees? How do we know, I guess the real question is, how do we know everybody is paying what they should be paying in Pinole?
So it's incumbent upon the department that's providing the service. As I mentioned, for some of those, it was in the Public Works Department for encroachments, for example, right? So we have the master fee schedule, we distribute that to staff, and with our online payment system now, it'll be included in there as well. So it is really incumbent upon the department to make sure that we are charging those fees for the work done. And there's been a vast improvement in that, just because some of those fees weren't even included in the last master fee schedule, and so now they are there. Department heads are making sure that those are being charged accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a way that we could assess that more, even if it doesn't happen before this fiscal year? I mean, before this budget process? I ask because I have a few residents who've actually brought this to my attention that perhaps our city is not getting all the fees we deserve. Not that we don't. The assessment was we have fees and we're charging people, but we're leaving money on the table, basically. And I had a particular resident ask me about this in relation to how many rentals we have in Pinole. Not short-term rentals, but actually rentals. If you are a homeowner in Pinole and you rent your house, you're supposed to have you're supposed to pay a fee to the city about that. And I don't have the data that says that we are leaving money on the table, and I don't have the data to say that we're not leaving money on the table.
Yeah.
How can we move that? How can we move forward on that process? Because perhaps we have $1.3 million out there leaving on the table. Maybe not, right? Like, how do we, but I do want that answer. Like, how do we get there? What does that look like? Are other cities asking that same question? Can we look to, lots of questions there, but how do we get there?
Yeah. So I'm not aware of a comprehensive audit that does that, but there are companies, firms, agencies that will do audits on specific fees. So for example, business licenses, right? Making sure that all businesses, people or businesses doing business within Pinole is actually operating with a business license. Or even the utility users tax, to make sure that those service providers are remitting those payments to the city as they should, right? Based on our utility users tax. And so I'm aware, in my experience, I've seen audits that are done on those areas specifically because they tend to be an issue for several agencies.
Right.
And so you have firms that will offer that service for those particular ones. I could definitely do the research and put the question out there, but I'm not aware of one that would do it comprehensively because that's a lot of fees.
Right.
But if rental properties is one where that's kind of a problem area, we could focus in on those areas where there could be money left on the table by doing those kind of individual audits on those fees.
I would love for us to create the, again, I'm giving this as an example from a resident who brought this to me, right? So that's just one of our fees, but I know we have we have a master list of fees. The reason why that's important to me as in making these decisions is what I'm hearing from residents is that we have a lot of staff. What are they doing? I know as a council how much I work with staff, and I know how much you all support me in understanding these concepts and moving work forward. The concept of equal work, equal pay, right, is really based on you do the work and you get paid for it. And when you improve on that work, you should get increases to that. And I think the concept for the fee, as opposed to a tax, is that we are charging or levying a fee for the administrative cost of these actions, right? And so I just want to make sure that we're not only putting fees out there, which we've done a great job at, and I think staff has done a great job at really thinking about the spaces that we're not charging folks, or perhaps even where we are charging folks and charging them more, in efforts to meet that administrative fee coverage. But I do want to think about, now that we have reached that point and we say we have this master fee schedule, we've 34%, I think that was the number that had increased. What are those fees that we may not, but basically that we may be leaving money on the table? And again, it probably cannot be answered by this fiscal year budget, but in the long run, when we talk about expenditures, one of the biggest expenditures is our professional services and salaries. So in order to meet that good number, we're gonna have to understand pretty much every dollar that's given to the city or not given to the city. And if I don't know the effectiveness of how we're pulling in those administrative fees, I feel like there is a number on the table that we're not collecting that I don't know. And I'm joking around the 1.3, but I really feel like we need an answer, right? To understand, even if it's, every dollar counts, but even if it's 200,000, that would make a huge difference every year, right? And it would also just say a lot about the effectiveness of our team in pulling and levying the fees that we deserve in the city. Again, to pay for salaries, to pay for wages, to pay for the services we need. So I just wanted, I'd love for you to take a note of that, and I don't know if that comes back in like a council discussion, or how can we really think about this strategically? And also, you mentioned audit. How is that different from the audit we have every year? And then there was the mention of forensic audit. Is that what the forensic audit would be? Okay, that's not it. So what type of audit would that be considered then, different than the audit we have?
Yeah, so it's taking inventory. I'll give it a simple example. For some cities have done Airbnb audits, right? To make sure that those fees or the TOT is being collected appropriately.
Yep.
It could involve a scan of the Airbnb website, especially for bigger cities that may have a lot of properties that are participating in Airbnb. So it's looking at that, it's matching that up to whether those properties had actually paid the TOT, right, or the transient occupancy tax. So it depends on what we're looking for. So we would have to, structure it and let the auditor know what we're looking for. But you can think of it in terms of, it's a financial audit, but it's more of a performance audit, right? And again, using the Airbnb example. So there are a number of ways for them to, it's kind of just looking and checking things, whether it's databases, whether it's, scanning foot traffic, doing surveys on things like that. For businesses, they may look at state databases, and match the two up to make sure that a business that is doing business within Pinole has a business license. So it depends on what the fee is.
Okay.
It's set up in a number of ways.
I realize that may take a process, so I'd love for you to circle back with us about because I'm given one option of a fee. I have no idea what other fees are out there that perhaps we can be. So it would be great to have staff recommendation on like the fees we do, because again, we're probably going to have to seek input, right, about each one of those in a different person to kind of investigate those type of questions. I do have one other question about the 6% you mentioned. You said the staff was seeking 6% reductions in each of the department budget?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a reason that it's 6%? I thought
Oh, that's the 1.3.
Oh,
So
it's
the
6%, okay.
1.3 equates to, we would need to do a 6% reduction and reduce the expenditures by the 1.3 million.
Okay. I had my math at 10%. I don't know. You're the finance person. So is it possible to also give us a 10% option as well, just to see?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah.
whatever
I just want to
the
make sure that
direction of staff.
these are helpful additionally for the consideration of a ballot measure for folks to know how serious it may get. 6%, it appears, is, as you mentioned, your number for 1.3. The deficit gets worse as we go without additional enhancements for revenue.
Mm-hmm.
So I would ask that we have staff prepare a 6 and 10% if that's possible. That would help me out a bunch. And I may have gotten my math wrong anyway, but I think just having another scenario could be really helpful. And I think that was my last question. The rest are, I'd be interested in your feedback as we discuss the CIP as well, and how we can kind of navigate this question around the baseline budget, the one-time expenses, how we can create space for that. But I'll wait till we get to that item.
Okay, thank you. I'll turn to Mayor Pro Tem Sasai.
Thank you, Mayor. So one of the things that I've highlighted here in the staff report is on page 57, which outlines the total expenditures or expenditures by category and expenditures by department. And I apologize, Director Guillory, if I asked this question at the subcommittee meeting, but the IT expenditures for fiscal year 24-25 baseline, can you please explain the reason why it's negative 100% change?
Was that for you said the information technology
Yes.
department? So the information technology department it's a separate fund. This was just the 3,600 was for a project in the current fiscal year to be funded by one of the Measure S funds. And that has been taken out of the budget for the next fiscal year. This does not represent the full information technology budget because that's in a separate fund.
Great. Thank you for that. On expenditures apologize for the background noise if you can all hear it in City Hall in a public place, but expenditures by category.
Yes.
Can you please explain other operating and what that includes in some examples?
Yes. So this is mostly the utility payments for utilities provided to the city. So gas and electricity and water and cable utility expenditures. Okay. That's the majority of that category.
Thank you. So would it be possible for staff to bring back in the next meeting for the budget by department info on materials and supply usage? Because it breaks it
Yes.
down per category. Yeah, I'd love to see that.
Okay.
And the second thing is also by department, other operating costs as well. Would it also be possible to get that?
Yes.
That specificity?
Yep, that's easy enough.
Thank you. And last thing here is there a way to also get more specific information on the other operating costs in terms of energy usage and gas, or are those two things combined?
They're
PG&E.
they're separate line items, yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yes. So for those three asked, so the by department, materials and supplies, other operating costs, and then also the other operating costs by category. So do we need a motion to bring that back to the table for our next meeting, or is that something that you can just consider and bring back?
Are you able to break it down by department?
Yes.
Like
we can
materials? Okay.
Run the reports that way.
Okay, well,
But can I just add, I don't think the energy can be broken down by department. Those should be by facility if needed. It can be.
Okay. Great. And then I guess
we-
question for,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Just to make sure I understand. So I think you meant just breaking down the utilities by department, right? So we can show, there's a line item. Is that what you mean, Mayor Pro Tem?
yes, utilities by department.
Yeah, we can. They're separate
And-
line items.
Okay, there was a comment also, energy use by department. That's what I thought.
Oh, no, we can't.
Um,
So
We
you said
wouldn't be
that's-
able to show
that's-
energy use. There is a, no.
Okay.
So are you saying that there's a line item in this report for those
So
details?
there's a line item for water, there's a line item for electricity and power, and there's one line item for cable. And we could
Great,
show
and-
those by department if that is what you're requesting.
That is the request.
Okay.
just to clarify though, breaking it up by department, for instance, in City Hall, do you prorate it for each department?
Yes.
You just prorate? Okay.
Prorated.
Then I guess my question for City Clerk Bell, does that require a motion? Or is that something that staff can just,
Thank you.
We can add that to the list.
Yes. Thank you. I was going to say it is helpful to have a motion for
Great.
each direction, each piece of direction. That's very helpful. Thank you.
so 3 separate motions is what's preferred?
Yeah, and we'll come
Super.
back after we hear from the public too.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments or questions? No, okay. Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to start with some statements that are on the printout of the PowerPoint slides, because I haven't quite resolved them in my mind. And they have to do with, on page 8, in speaking about the last year's general fund, there's a bullet statement that reads, maintained a relatively strong financial position. Then we go on to page 9, and the first bullet reads, city's baseline budget is not balanced at this point. So in my mind, those don't quite jive. So please help me understand how we can say both.
Yes, that would come up. So when we're looking at the city's financial position, we're looking at it as a whole, right? So we're considering all sources, all revenues, all sources, right? And we also say a relatively strong position in comparison to some of our peer agencies as well. The baseline budget is not balanced at this point, right? It is not considered a deficit because the budget hasn't been adopted, which is why I keep saying shortfall or gap. If we're looking at our basic ongoing revenues, our basic ongoing expenditures, over the previous year, it was enough to fund, the revenue was enough to fund the expenditures. Also, we have a large unassigned fund balance. Now, it is earmarked for one-time items and for capital improvement projects, but the city council could move that money around. At this point, it's still on the books because it hasn't been spent. So we're looking at, we ended last fiscal year 2022-23, with an unassigned fund balance. So this is reserves not assigned to any activities in the amount of $12 million. Aside from that, we also have a general reserve. And based on the city's reserve policy, it is funded by 50% of total ongoing general fund expenditures, or 6 months of coverage. So when we look at all of those factors in totality, the city is in a relatively strong financial position.
Thank you. Okay. One easy one and one not so easy one. I think the not so easy gets us to the next presentation, but you can let me know.
Okay.
When it comes to professional services, we're including the contract with Animal Services, County Animal Services, and the library, which at some point will be city property. Yeah. But we don't know that, and it's not taken into account just yet in the budget. The library.
Oh, I see. No, that's not taken into account for the city taking possession. No, it's not.
Do we have an idea of what fiscal year that would be?
Probably 3 to 4 years.
Okay, all right. Gives us a little cushion then. Okay. Getting back to the animal services then.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any opportunity for negotiating that? Given now, I think that might be in place maybe the third year. We're going to the third year, contracting services where there's no actual facility in Pinole. And residents don't see, it's not obvious to them what services that they're receiving. And it's a question in my mind as well. How well are we being serviced by this contract, by the county to do what we need to do? There was a time when I recall public works staff, I think we're being asked to do some things because it was that animal control services used to do, because it wasn't clear, the delineation of roles wasn't clear. If that has been taken care of, that's great. But I'm wondering whether there are any points or terms in that contract which we could take a look at and consider. Another comment, I don't recall where this one came from, but is that about that particular contract is that the city simply has gotten the news that now there will be an increase in services without any opportunity to discuss that. And I think that is unfair to Pinole residents. And so if there's anything that we can do, that staff can do, really, about that, I think to start is to determine whether we as a city have received the services that are due the residents given the amount that we pay into the county for that. There's no single question there. Maybe that was the difficult one. I do have another one. Thank you.
Yeah, I can respond a little bit to that effect. Public works staff have not been handling this animal service calls. They have been directing people to the county. So that is pretty clear. Initially, I would say a couple of years when I was new here at that time, there were some calls to the Public Works Department, and we did try to handle those, but eventually people got to understand that we're not doing it, and then they were directed to the county. But the other part of the question is whether we are getting the service, the amount we are paying to the county. I don't know the details, but I can dig in and find out how many calls are made and what we are paying, and kind of just getting an understanding.
Thank you, because I imagine the amount that the city is being asked, the cost of that contract is based on population. But the question becomes, how much service are we getting per capita? Yeah? Okay, so
Okay.
Thank you for that. The other one, this may be going to you, Acting City Manager, Public Works Director Mishra, is I have heard among some council members a statement which I don't know where the figure comes from, and I'd like to understand it better, if indeed it is accurate. $100 million in deferred maintenance. Now, we don't see that in your presentation, Director Guillory. Maybe we'll see some of that in the next presentation, but if you could just tag that so that we can address it and we can accurately all make statements about that deferred maintenance, will be a consideration as we move along in the discussions related to the budget. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Tave.
I'm gonna hold till comments.
Okay.
I just want to hear from the public, and then, we can kind of all talk. Thanks.
Okay, sure. I had a couple of questions, and on the page 37, which is the capital improvement projects, I'm wondering if the proposed budget is that the total project cost or just the cost to the general fund / Measure S fund?
Yes,
Which one?
the latter is just,
Okay, so the project cost, we could be getting other funds that pay for this, and this is what's left. How are we treating things like park dedication funds or the enterprise funds where we collect fees, for instance? I'm looking at, some of the park improvements, skate park rehab. I'm just suspecting that since we have had, we've got a lot of housing units that are under construction and we collect a per unit fee, what is that looking like? Can that offset any of these, or is it already?
We haven't spent anything for those fees yet, but I believe those funds can be used for these kind of park projects. Yes.
Okay, so I think when we, one thing that I would like to add is knowing what the balances are of those fees to see if some of those fees can pay for some of these capital improvements. And then, these are the things that also you can look for grant funding on some of the things that are, more attractive for grant funds, like perhaps energy upgrades and the smart signals. Those kind of, come to mind. Okay, and then I'll talk to you offline about a method that I have looked at for searching assessor data for property owners that do not take an exemption, which means that they're most likely renting their properties. And so we can talk offline on that and compare those fees. And those are the only questions that I have, so I'll open it up to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. We have Irma Ruport and Rafael Menes.
thank you, Mayor, Council, staff again, and public. Really quick, Councilmember Norma Martinez Rubin, you're right on target with the animal service. There's an email that the acting city manager sent to one of our residents, and I got the email at home in the contract. February. I want to know whether it's been updated, increased in value, and like you're saying, are we getting what we are paying for? I've got 6 cats already fixed. My neighbors are helping me. There's just too much stuff going out there. We don't have anybody here locally. They have to go all the way to San Francisco or Clayton or whatever. It's ridiculous. My dog also, a raccoon, got him, and I had to pay $100 for the animal service guy to come down and just take a report. That's ridiculous. We got to do something. We just got a new animal director hired. Federal Glover supervisor sent his email, and I have it at home. I got it a week ago. He was hired. We need to bring him on board. Review that contract. If we're not getting what we're supposed to be getting in the contract, I know it's gone all over next door. Hercules residents, they're tired of it. I can get people here alerted to the fact they're all on board, even my neighbors. They're tolerating my cats. They're not mine. They're feral. A neighbor brought them, and now there's like 16 cats all around the neighborhood. I don't believe in sheltering them because I know they'll kill them. So what's next? We got to do something here to get those ferals taken care of. Next thing, my biggest concern now is PCTV. I see there's a deficit of $454,000. We got 2 TV stations. Mayor, that's a priority. PCTV, Dave Snell been here forever. I think we need to go back and ask him, give him get some advice from him. Charges for services, we're on a deficit. We used to have some agreements and contracts with other places like Hercules, other places that we would have service for our cable TV. I don't know where it's gone. Our PCTV is going downhill. Are we going to eliminate the TV stations? I mean, if we go on the red, it's $454,000 coming 24 and 25 budget. Look into it, please, because our communicator of 26 and 28 is so essential in this area, and I just like those 2 areas to really look into deep as to how we can do better. Thank you, Mayor.
Rafael Menace?
Good evening again, Mayor, Council staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menace. I'm a resident of Pinole. And I've got some follow-up questions with regards to Ms. Rupert's recent comments about the Pinole Community Television Fund. First off, why is the charges for services dropping in half? Did we just lose a major client from a station that's not being noted? Secondly, in terms of percentile changes, it's shown as a 0% change in the chart. And you can find this chart on page 65 of the agenda packet, where I think it would be more accurate to show that as a substantial negative percentage change. I don't know the exact percentage amount because that's a large enough amount I can't calculate it mentally, but you get the idea. Secondly, with regards to funding allocations, if I wanted to talk about the cost associated with various one-time capital improvement projects, would this be the appropriate point of the agenda to discuss it, or should that be under the capital improvement project agenda point?
Right now?
No, maybe in the capital project.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll defer my comments in that regard. I guess secondarily, given that a lot of the deficit this year is due to one-time effects, basically $700,000 from CalPERS basically messing up over the past year, and there being increased costs associated from that, would it be appropriate to offset those costs through one-time revenue reductions? Or do we still want to make baseline cuts? And thirdly, if we are making baseline cuts, because, as we were discussing in the previous agenda item, the council wants to make baseline cuts to make it obvious to the community that, the city's making cuts and doing what it needs to do to be fiscally responsible and so on and so forth. I know the city doesn't have specific examples yet because the departments are still going through and generating their data, but just off the top of your head, what would a 6% cut to, say, the police department look like? Or 10%? Does that mean reduced wages and salaries? Does that mean only hiring 29 officers rather than 30? Does that mean Milo goes away? Like, what are we talking about specifically when we say a 6% or a 10% cut? Because it's easy to say, oh, we just do a flat across the board cut of X%. But I don't think we all realize just what that actually means yet. And I think having some concrete examples, I know that there probably aren't going to be very many available now because the various departments are still identifying just what exactly is even possible to cut. But I think it would be worthwhile for the community to say, okay, we want cuts, we want cuts, we want cuts. Great, this is what the cuts are actually going to be. This is the concrete impact it's going to have on the city's workforce, on the community. if there's service level cuts, that sort of thing. I think it would be helpful for this whole process.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't think we have any commenters online. Let me see. No. Okay, we'll bring it back to council, but in the meantime, did you have any responses to what a 6% cut looks like, whether it's, we have negotiated contracts with staff versus not filling vacancies. What are some of the thoughts?
Yeah, so the 6% amount for each department was provided to the department, and right now it was presented as an across-the-board 6% cut. And for the departments to go in and look at those, we're not, instructions, of course, is not to look at the personnel-related costs because we do have contracts in place, but to look at other areas of their operating budgets, to consider items that are essential versus non-essential, things that may be able to be deferred. The challenge is there's not a lot of discretionary operating expenditures to be cut. But we are going through the exercise to identify those to the extent that we can. There are some what we would call low-hanging fruit. Travel and training, for example. That's not going to get us close, but we can look at those things, again, that falls within the essential versus the non-essential. And so that's been the general guidelines. To also take a look, we provided detailed budget information for the last 3 fiscal years. So looking at spending patterns, is there a way to reduce items that have been underutilized over the last few years? In some cases, departments have just moved funds around rather than asking for additional appropriations. So again, that's the dilemma that we're up against with trying to reduce the budget for non-discretionary increases with a discretionary budget, which is a very small margin within the budget. And we're not looking at the high ticket items or the most expensive, which are the personnel costs, and then of course those mandated agreements that we have with other agencies.
Thank you. And then bringing it back to council, any follow-up
Yeah, I have a
Yeah.
question, but Councilmember Tavy didn't go, so.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask a little bit about this pie chart. And we obviously, worked very hard for fire to open that station. What other professional services are we talking about? And I would imagine that it's probably out of the 8 million, it's more along the lines of the 3 million, considering, leaving fire and the arrangement and contract we already have in place.
Yeah, that's close to 6 million, so it leaves there's
2 million.
Yeah, there are consulting contracts, various professional services contracts.
Okay.
We also have travel training is included there. Those are, that's a lower amount. But if we're talking about the more costly items, it's mostly contracts that we have.
So getting to that,
Yeah.
that chart, as soon as I get to it, hold on. I don't have my laptop, so it's a little bit difficult to jump around, but
school?
yeah. So looking at that 2 million, how much of those contracts are one time, or are they continuous? And what does that look like? What are some examples of one time, and why aren't we using, I guess, the one-time funds for one-time contracts? Or would you consider all of these contracts in here to be ongoing or part of our operations?
Right. So you're looking at slide 25, correct? Is that
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. So this is only the baseline budget. So this doesn't include one time. This is all ongoing
Okay.
expenditures.
So with that 2 million, I'm just wondering, we talked a lot, I think over the last 3 years or so, about supplemental help for our staff. Given that some of the departments were seeing these waves of work coming in and supplementing with staff. Just trying to understand, what that looks like in those ebbs and flows. Do those get stretched out across fiscal years? And is it really, how does that 2 million play in?
So we budget on an annual basis. So even if we have a contract that's a 3-year contract, for example, we only budget for the annual cost of that contract that is ongoing. Also, the city attorney services is also included in this
Okay.
category.
Got it.
So I just wanted to note that as well. But those, we budget on and we look at the annual costs for those ongoing contracts. And once they expire and they're done, they just go away. But sometimes they're replaced with, an extension or a different, we need a contract for some other professional service going forward. But
Okay. And that's about 20% of the salary and wages number as well that we can estimate to be within that range. Is that pretty normal?
yeah.
Okay.
And I can pull more detailed information if that is the direction, along with some of these other items that we're pulling more information from, if you like that.
Just to get a better understanding of it. I mean, I like the breakdown that you guys have with the taxes, but just looking at those major contracts, like, just being able to see that and say, hey, this is something that's ongoing, like legal fees. We're not gonna.
Right.
Every city has to have a legal team, right?
Yes.
The fire section that's maybe can be broken out, just so that people understand, like, it just doesn't say professional services and look like, we're paying other people to do our job, right? Like, one could jump to that conclusion, right? But if it's broken out, I think that'd be a little bit better.
Okay.
Let me see here. Got a couple other questions. Obviously, we want to see a balanced budget. And I think that's the direction for staff to come back to. I have to say that, we did make every effort to make sure money was being spent for services for the city. So I think that we're at that point now, which I feel very comfortable, and I've said it before, at least I feel very comfortable going to the voters and really understanding where we are as far as is increasing funding or not. And so I think we have a very clear picture, which I want to just commend staff on, is putting this together. This is a very clear picture. There's some things that we could do as far as participatory budgeting.
Yes.
And that's to some of the council members that already mentioned it. It's going to be an ongoing thing, but I think it's valuable to try to incorporate that into this process where we can. But I just want to commend staff that I think we have a very clear picture of where we are, minus some fine tuning that needs to happen. And this is a living document, so it's going to continuously be revised. But I just want to say that I feel very comfortable with the data presented. I think the discussions are going to have to come about what do we do about I think it was like 1.3 million that came out. But in no way would I say that money has been, trying to find waste in this budget was very difficult, considering where we took everything, but understanding that we can't go into our fiscal year with an unbalanced budget. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Martinez-Rubin?
Thank you. One more thing that occurred to me as Councilmember Tate was speaking. I think there's either attraction or temptation to consider, because we get public comments on this related to the professional fee, professional services, AKA contracted staff, contractors, in contrast to having someone hired, either part-time or full-time. Is there an analysis that you could present or staff can present together it can be 3 positions, the comparison between the cost as a contract, if contracts tend to be 3 years, let's do a 3-year period, right? Relative to the cost of the same level staff doing the work, because we do hire staff to do our work. We hire contractors, that's the answer. But we do so for a reason, because we believe that the alternative has us increase from 115, if they are full-time equivalents, to maybe larger, and then associated with that is what gets us into financial trouble, which is having to also pay for pension and benefits and all of that. So if we can have that, at least some of that presented, I think it would, I want to say, quash the concern that we have too many contracts out there under the professional service category. You weren't saying that, but I think the sentiment is out there. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
I had the same question about the professional services. I just wanted to get a breakdown of that. And yeah, I mean, it's really hard to find opportunities to cut. So again, my reference point around the 6 to 10% is, I know that's a tough job for directors. I also know that we've come here after a elaborate process of getting a 10-year forecast and making a reorganization to our agency, and 2 years ago. I mean, there's just a lot that we've done to basically be efficient and effective. So having that understanding of the professional services, of course, helps a little bit more just for someone like me. I wanted to clarify, the ownership of our library doesn't change that fee though, right? The county library services are still provided to, just because we own the deed doesn't mean we will not pay for services, right?
That's correct. If it's
Okay.
still run by the county,
It's
then
gonna be
yes,
run by- yeah.
there's still a cost associated with that.
Because I was just thinking, when I see the list of services, it'd be interesting. I know you usually have a model of anywhere between like 3 and 6%, depending upon the line items. Like, how are our professional services increasing every year? Is that usually like a 3 to 4% expected rate, or?
It depends. I would say 3 to 5%. Yeah,
I guess we'll get
it's
there when we
normal.
see-
Yeah, yeah.
We'll get there when we see it. And then just a last question about Pinole Television. So the my understanding, it wasn't a capital improvement plan, but last year, the year before last, we funded the Pinole Television Master Plan.
So it wasn't done. That is carrying forward to the
Okay.
next fiscal year, and it's considered a one-time
Okay.
cost. So yes, that's included.
So just wanted to explore this as a consideration. I know it's really hard to find fat in our budget, and we usually don't give departments any space for discretionary funding. But as I'm hearing us talk, what I'm seeing as a perhaps discretionary funding is what do we fund that departments don't use over time? So for example, if a department says, hey, I want a $200,000 budget, we fund that budget, and then the next year only $100,000 is used, there probably are a lot of variables as to why that happens usually. I'm sure people don't usually want to not spend the money they're allocated, but I'm interested in how often that happens and how that could create an inconsistency per a budget year. Is that something that the finance team has explored already? It's not discretionary money, right? Because we're allocating it specifically for a cause.
Yes.
But in the case of like having another 80,000, I think all of us want a master plan for Pinole Television, which helps us to understand how to move that particular department or that particular service forward. But I'm not specifically referring to that, but like thinking about all of these options. How do we assess those kind of gaps?
So that doesn't happen a lot.
Okay.
It's mostly with the one-time and the capital improvement projects, right? Because those things can sometimes take years to do. We also have an internal review process. So on a monthly basis, we're doing variance reporting. We're comparing budget to actuals. This is the finance department.
Okay.
On a quarterly basis, we bring the report to the
us.
city council for you to see where we are. And it doesn't break down into, that level of detail, but it gives you a high level overview of where we are in terms of budget to actuals at that time. So that is one way that we kind of do that on an ongoing basis.
Okay.
If we're looking at a full year, for example, say last fiscal year, I would say that the majority of areas where we did not spend funds is in the one time and then the CIP, which is why you continue to see those being carried forward.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But, and they don't, and again, I think that what I understand as an individual council member is that these projects are things that we want. Perhaps there's variables, whether like we have the staff, or even if we have the staff, maybe we don't recognize like, oh, this takes more of an endeavor than the original thought process.
Yes.
Can you come back with data that reveals what you just said to us so that I understand that concept and have the data to back it up a little bit more? I'm not sure what, again, I see our quarterly reports, but I'm just wondering to close out that question, because you've closed it out for me, at least in terms of how I understand what you said, which is
Okay.
basically you track this data monthly. Is there a way for you just to kind of come back for our next meeting around that? Like, how are we tracking the use of our budgets, basically?
Okay.
To close out, yeah.
And are you thinking, is this for the baseline budget or for both baseline
guess
and
it-
one-time items?
I guess it would
or-
be
Just
baseline
baseline? Okay,
over time, right?
Okay.
Or over
Yeah, that's
like the
fine.
last 5 years, for example, right?
okay.
Again, it sounds like it's not a big problem, but we see it with the CIP probably more than not. But are we, if we are seeing it with other departments, or if we're not seeing it, that's even better, because again, we don't want, we want to close out any kind of gaps we have in the budget, which I think we've already done. But I'm just making sure that that's not something we have overlooked as well. So if you could just, again, put that in the staff report for the next presentation, that would be great. I mean, it doesn't have to be more than that, just a reference point for me to understand more.
Okay, and then I guess my question would be how detailed?
Oh,
Is just
gotcha.
totals? Because if we're going
I
to
thought
department,
just
this
per
would be
department. I thought it would just be per department. Is that too detailed?
yeah, because we would have to go back to the previous years and figure out what was baseline versus what was one time. Just because budgeting was done a little bit differently in the
Sure,
past or prior to my time here, so that would require a little bit more
Analysis?
work to be able to compare otherwise we're going to be comparing years where we might have some one-time items in there, so that
Yeah.
would take a little bit more effort.
Okay, I
and
don't think
especially
it's
if by
necessary to
department.
add too much effort to it. I think I was just wondering if that's something. What I'm hearing from you is confirmation that finance team is looking at that to make sure that we're not over promising to something. Basically, I mean that's really the concept, right? Is
Right.
we're saying we're going to do something, it doesn't happen, and then the baseline is off because that's how that would happen, right? The other questions I had were around the professional services. That would help me inform me more, and then also I know. You had also committed to like the materials and supplies too, which also
operating.
kind of says the same thing, right? I imagine that somebody may say, I want, 2 tons of paper, and then they get 1 ton, and that's enough for a year, right? These days. So, I mean, just an example, a fun example. But thank you so much. That clarifies it.
Okay.
Here, I had one other
Yes, go
item,
ahead.
and it was I found it. So it was a bullet point buried on page 34 of the previous presentation, but it talks about developing an internal service fund, and to me, I think this is something I've always tried to ask. Like, as we keep deferring maintenance and looking at the next presentation, and I know you guys had to break these 3 up so that we could digest this, and for the public, they can kind of follow along. But that internal fund, a lot of our maintenance, and I've said this before at previous iterations of this, is that it seems like everything drops on next year, and council's kind of got to say, okay, well, between 24, 25 and 25, 26, all of our money is spent. And then which money you don't want to spend, right? Would this fund help say that, okay, we're not going to ever not pay, I don't know, the trash bill here at City Hall? Or if the Tiny Tots program had a funding for the next 5 years that we know we're going to pay for utilities, we're going to pay for upkeep, and really start to take this money and commit it through an internal fund. I mentioned the lease buyback for vehicles, right? We're never not going to have vehicles for the city. These are fixed costs that, like you mentioned, in operating, that are not necessarily operating. They're necessary for us to function, right? Like, I mean, if we don't have it, sure, we can walk the city,
Some bicycles.
but it's not. It's inconceivable for a city not to have a fleet, right? I'm trying to understand how would, and initially I wanted to see if I can get a motion and direction from the council to set a fund like that up, and to be very deliberate when we say, okay, there's things that we're going to need. Computers, I would imagine in a modern city would have, right? And lock those costs in. I would feel more comfortable if those costs were covered over a 5-year period with one-time funds, to say, hey, that we're going to push that into an internal fund, cover those costs, recoup those costs into an operating budget, and therefore decrease our deficit, right? And versus saying, oh, let's cover the 1.3 million with one-time funds, right? I mean, I'd want to be deliberate if we're going to move forward with supplementing basically all the things we want to do with one-time funds, and be deliberate and especially transparent with the public that, hey, this is how we're going to spend that money, so that you know the doors will be open, the lights will be on, the bathrooms work kind of, and we can get through the next 5 years. How difficult, and I'm asking this only because I didn't make this motion because I thought that might be a disaster on staff to try to formulate that, pull out the necessities that we're going to need, and then push that into a 5-year plan, and then we look at our operating budget accordingly. That was a lot.
Just
Did I?
digest that.
Okay.
So this would be more along the lines of replacement, though, right? You mean, so for example, computers or vehicles or because for utilities, for example, we have to pay those now, right? We can't
Right.
save for utilities and pay for those.
Let me give an example so I can help kind of walk this through. So we know that buildings need roofs. They need them, right? It's pretty much industry standard that it's a 20-year life cycle if you capitalize that roof, right? So if you're going to spend $200,000, you would typically, store what would be at $10,000 a year for 20 years, and then be able to replace the roof minus escalators. That's what I see this fund being. Is that
That's correct?
So in my mind, if we were to have $200,000 line item stretched out over a 20-year period, that's less of a budgetary impact. Things come up at that point, right? The roof starts leaking. Then you have to reallocate funds. But in theory, your operating budget would be disciplined with it and be able to accommodate that way. There's several of those assets around the city. Vehicles is another good one. 5-year warranty, 3-year lease, sell at the 3 years, actually make money, and then go get another vehicle, and you would, in theory, in perpetuity, as long as the laws stay the same, be able to have a brand new vehicle every 3 years. What I'm trying to do is not take these one-time funds and just say, that's that ends some, let's just go ahead and pay that, and then go into our next year, right? And come back to the same seat, which we've done over the past 4 years or 5 years, because that's been our practice. But this introduction of a fund that actually would take care of those base things that we need, that we know we need, would help, I guess for me, and I think the rest of the council, will help us see the rest of the operating budget and be a little bit more prudent about what we do with that operating budget. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. And that's actually what an ISF is for.
What about the first time I said it?
It's I don't know.
No, okay.
I think I was hearing two different things.
Like
That's probably just
furniture,
me,
right?
But
Is a 5-year.
Yeah,
Some people
for-
use 5-year or 7-year. Computers are 5-year, and we come up with a replacement cycle for the current inventory that we have. The same thing we did with the roads. The $100 million we keep talking about is $100 million in roads. It's actually, if we look at the entire city, it's a lot more than $100 million. But when you stretch $100 million over time, right, and you stay disciplined over time, you can have a tendency to start to chip away at that $100 million. And you'll see results, not right away, but over time. And I'm just wondering, is it possible to come back with a presentation or some type of structure that you would see like, hey, this is the way we're going to break this overage? Because then we can say deficit, but we haven't passed the budget yet, so we're really having the discussion. But this gap, and then outline particularly how we would do it.
So it doesn't change anything with the.
No.
So that's not what you're.
No,
okay.
It wouldn't change anything.
as far as the budget gap is concerned.
The numbers are the
Okay,
same.
Okay, just wanted
But
to
the
make
way we're looking at it is instead of this nebulous 1.3 million, we know that our operating budget will start to show money as we put money in from our one-time funding. So 1.3 million over a course of time would, or spread out over time would show a different number, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Like with this fund carrying over from year to year.
Can I just say something about this? So recently, I would say for the last year, we have started very similar thing what you're saying, just for equipments. We have a fund for about $65,000 what we are putting towards equipment and vehicles as a so that we think that we need replacement of public works equipment and so we're trying to save as a fund about $65,000 in a fund so that any major replacements, if we need it, that can be funded.
How?
That's correct, but I think it's a bit arbitrary as well. So I guess in order to build this, we have to have some basis defined to for example, if we're going to replace computers in 5 years or 3 to 5 years, we have to do an analysis to determine, okay,
This is how much a computer costs.
Exactly.
This is what we anticipate.
And the same thing with the vehicles or even facilities. I know we were waiting for a facilities master plan, so some of those master plans will inform that to be able to set up those funds. So we can do it, we just would have to figure out a replacement or maintenance schedule over the next 5 years. So I think that's where the work would come from, so that we can spread those costs out amongst departments and over 5 years as opposed to 1 year.
Right. I mean, a 6% or 10% cut is hard for any organization, right? We're going to be looking at supplementing. We do have this measure coming up. I feel like the city is taking every step so I feel comfortable putting the money there. What I'm asking is this fund seems like there's a lot more accountability and it's easier to explain a little bit more than if we were to say, okay, let's just supplement the operating budget with 1.3 million. Does that make sense? I mean, it's
What I hear you saying, Mayor,
No, go ahead.
Okay, what I hear you speaking in dialogue about is deepening the unassigned balance to just have more of a meaning to it. That's what I receive. So if that's the only thing I'm receiving, I'm sorry, but I'm hearing a lot of the So Director Mishra, you just mentioned within the Public Works Department, that's what you all are doing, but not across all departments.
Correct.
What I'm hearing you say, Councilmember Tave, is that this recommended policy, the Internal Service Fund, Cost Allocation and Reserve Fund, would basically centralize that across all departments, or centralize the process that is moving forward with the Public Works Department across all departments?
So I believe what Council Tape's saying is that identify the needs, whatever is replaceable at a certain period of time, and try to get those funds assigned and keep as one of the buckets of the unassigned funds. That's practically the same thing.
The unassigned funds.
Yeah.
Okay. That sounds great, though. The reason I asked the question about the gaps was actually, it's like the backwards of that. That's what I was trying to get to was, is there an amount of money per year that goes without being spent over years that will be that fund? So that's kind of where I was going with it, because again, in my head, it's not just working year to year, and it's also not working 5 years at this point. We've started this 10-year strategy, and probably 2030. I mean, you've created, Director Guillory, you've created a lot of structure to thinking way beyond just 10 years at this point for us. So wouldn't that also play a role in understanding this fund more? We would understand if we're creating this kind of this forecast. Wouldn't we be able to fund that forecast as well for this fund that you're referring to? We would be able to forecast that fund as well.
So yeah. So looking at this, we have, and help me with the number real quick. I got a bunch of pages in front of me. How much is our one-time money? I know it was
This one, if you go to slide 38,
38.
yes. So it's $9.2
So we
million that we're planning to use.
So 9.2 million that we're planning to use based on everything we need, right?
Yes.
Okay, what we've been doing is waiting to the end of year, filling any of the gaps, and then approving a budget and moving to the next year.
Right.
That's
With quarterly updates.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Yeah.
Concept's the same. We're still filling all these gaps with one-time funds, right? We're being reactive to the situation. What I'm asking is, can we be proactive with this money? And within reason, right? I mean, if we had 10 buildings and each roof was 200,000, you would think that we can take 2 million and stretch it over 10 years in that fund within the operating budget. That would give us a surplus. Well, no, it wouldn't give us a surplus, right? Because it wouldn't be counted that way. It would still be in the operating budget because it's committed money
Yes.
over time.
Yes.
So in theory, policy wouldn't let us touch it, but the number of 1 point whatever would still show a balanced budget. It's the way we're reporting it.
So if I can ask for clarification, is that the internal services fund would be in the baseline budget because we would annually add to it.
Right. We would have to come up with a policy
Yeah.
that would add to that fund.
Similarly, how the reserve fund is, that's built into the baseline.
Yeah, but it would be an expenditure to the departments.
I see.
So that's where I'm a little confused. Sorry if I'm not
So if
quite
you,
understanding, because that's going to add expenditures to the departments, because now you need to take that money from the general fund or wherever and put that into the ISF, because that's how it's funded. So it's actually adding expenditures. Does it show the true cost of providing services by department? Yes.
I see.
Right? So it doesn't cure the surplus, right? It's just, it's another category of expenditure to show that we're building up this replacement reserve.
I see. So it would be kind of the same reserve tactic, right?
Right, you're moving money away from the general fund into a replacement fund. Is it a good strategy? Absolutely, because you're not on this pay-as-you-go or waiting until, something happens and having to fund something that's really expensive. So it does build that up over time. And then it kind of stabilizes, say, the information technology budget, because you're spreading those costs over several years. However, the departments are still paying for those. They're paying to fund that ISF.
Right. Over time.
Over
right?
time,
So
yes.
so like if I'm department head of IT and I say, hey, I want computers 3 years from now, I can put into this fund, tell my team, hey, hang tight for 3 years, put into this fund for 3 years, and then have that come out internally within
Yes.
staff.
Yeah,
Right?
exactly.
If there's an overage in my budget and I say, oh, wow, I didn't spend everything, I can then opt to or put it in the budget to go to this fund, right? So we would be creating a policy for staff to internally, similar to what Director Mishra did with the maintenance, right? What I'm saying is that before we just blanket 1.3 million, is there a way for us to supplement with that 1.3 million in the budget? PCTV was mentioned, right? And say that, okay, hey, that's part of this fund now, and you bill against it as you need for replacement. I'm just asking, like, is that
It's still a cost, though.
yeah?
so,
But there's
yeah.
also money there.
Yeah, there's money that would be put there, so you would have a reserve basically a reserve
Okay.
in the ISF fund, but you still have.
You still have it,
cost on the,
but when we spend it is what's happening, right? Like,
Yes.
so you could say I'm opting not to spend that this year. Is that how that
And
would
I
go?
think we would have to budget it. When we want to expend it, we would have to budget it.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to budget it, but
I would just say that I think exploring this ISF thing a little bit more to help move that money over to operating, because that would mean that police wouldn't need fund for computers if it was in this fund and budgeted over time. Is that correct? Like it would just be accounted there?
that's correct. If
Okay.
yeah, if we
Okay.
waited to, certain every 3-year period replace all computers, then that's something that the departments wouldn't have to budget for
Okay.
that year.
Okay.
But
And then we just have to work revenue out as it works out, right?
right,
And-
because the revenue is the operating
Right.
budget of the general fund,
I got it.
basically.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out, like, I know that we went to this new permitting system. That was a cost that, was it Lily's department that had to absorb?
It
Or
was
was it-
split. It was split between finance, community
Public works.
development, and public works was a huge one. So we split that.
Right, but I think revenue went up, or is expected to go up now that we have that efficiency built in. And so I'm trying to figure out if this ISF fund can also be that, I guess, vehicle for that.
No,
It wouldn't, right?
it wouldn't work
Okay.
like that.
Okay,
Those revenues would go into the appropriate department where if it's general fund, it would need to go into the general fund. And again, we would just have to basically transfer
okay,
funds from the general fund over into the ISF.
I see, okay. I'm just trying to.
So it's
Yeah, they have to
comes
come from
back to it's
somewhere.
an operating expenditure, right? You're not
just looking at-
gaining anything from it. It's useful.
I'm just
but-
trying to
but-
understand how useful. Like, to me, I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, like, I just don't want to throw 1.3 million at a deficit. That's without having very clear, rationale as to how that money is going to be used, because this is one-time funds. In theory, I would say that money needs to add some, asset value, right? Like, does the value of our buildings go up if you replace the roof? Well, maybe, right? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And
To
then,
change our position.
yeah, and I think the other question would be, if those funds were going to be dedicated for like IT, then it would come out of that budget. They'd sort of be earmarked for that specific use. Or do we kind of keep it to wherever the pressure's coming from? If there's maintenance stuff from building and whoops, we don't get the computers this time that we've been saving for 3 years because there was another need. So I think we'd have to figure out, what the funds are intended for.
Yes, we would have to clearly define those, and I'm just going off of accounting principles.
I got it.
That we would have to define them and keep those segregated from those funds.
And that's why I was hesitant to bring it, but I think like having a fund similar to that to where we can stay committed to, because I think this capital fund that we keep looking at, we wind up having this same conversation. It feels like we had this conversation last year during budgeting. We had a balanced budget. The year before that, I'm certain we had it. The year before that, I'm certain we had it. But we just keep rolling projects over and maybe doing one or two. But if from the public standpoint, they're looking, well, you got $9 million. Last year, you have $12 million. Why isn't the park fixed? Or, you know what I mean? There's questions that people would ask. Why aren't you doing the potholes and roads? You have $9 million.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's where I'm trying to like get a plan in place that we can commit to, however small it is, and move forward, right? So that's kind of what my thoughts on it.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I think I would be interested in this conversation more. I'm not sure if I don't think we have all of the information yet to understand, but thank you for your feedback, and thank you, Councilmember Tate, for bringing it up. I think that one of the questions I have around the ISF is, would that help me understand the reserve policy that we have? Because right now there's this recommendation to kind of like reduce that reserve policy. And the way I've heard it, the reserve policy, and again, anecdotally, the reserve policy is set for us to manage expenses for 3 to 6 months. Like if something happened in the world, like a pandemic, even though that happened and we didn't use the reserve. So I'm like, so for me, it's like these very anecdotal stories of like why these things happened. And, but also at the same time, like the businessman I am and the personal man I am is like, if I have a reserve, unless something is going tremendously wrong, I would not use that. But something has gone tremendously wrong since I've been on this council, and we did not use a reserve. We actually grew a reserve. because we budget it the correct way or appropriate way. So I'm just wondering, how can we I'm wondering if the ISF recommendation does deepen the conversation of how we use our reserve, and also would it help me in the future conversation to discuss this, to understand if it even makes sense to lessen that reserve policy or increase that, you know? And I'm sorry to add this perspective, but I'm just saying, I'm hearing you all throw these recommendations out, and I think they're awesome questions to ask. I think the challenging part is in the midst of, you know, yes, a shortfall of 1.3 million this year, but also knowing that status quo says that's going to deepen. And then also the bigger challenge for me is oftentimes just like funding projects that don't get done for any reason. And there's many variables as to why our CIP projects don't get done, some of them. And then we do get done, we finish a lot of them too. But it doesn't, it's like the efficiency and effectivity is not matching. And it's got to match eventually, because otherwise we have residents that are speaking to us saying something's going on. And then there's this kind of like, what is going on? We don't know. So I'm wondering if that could help us, identifying some of these policies could help us understand how to use that reserve better. Because is first of all, my question is the reserve fund right now helpful for reserving our government for 3 to 6 months if we didn't have any money? Is that what that reserve policy does?
Yes, and it's 6 months of.
It's 6 months, and it's
coverage.
dedicated 6 months for sure.
Yes.
Okay. So if we pulled back from it, we wouldn't have those 6 months then, right?
If
we wouldn't.
If we reduced it, then you don't have 6 months. So for instance, if you went down to 40%, that's 5 months
Gotcha.
of coverage.
And then the assumption when I say something happens is that we don't get property taxes and we don't get because something has happened in this world, right? We went through the pandemic and we didn't use our reserve the way someone like many of us would think would traumatically be used, right? We did not use it. So how do we, what is that concept of 6 months? That means we don't get property taxes in, we don't have sales tax coming in, we don't have that quarterly input of dollars coming in? It's been a long night. Uh-oh.
Sorry, we killed the mic.
Hey, listen,
out
ISF
of
for the
battery.
mics. We need a fund for the mics too.
Director Guillory, do you want to take? Oh, you got it. Thank
Got
you.
another one. Thank you, Director Guillory. Thank you, Director Mishra. So the question.
What was the question
yep.
again? I'm sorry.
So the current reserve policy, as you stated, is 6 months if we dealt with a incident or natural disaster or something bad that happened in this world.
Yes.
My statement was I would not want to decrease personally the reserve fund unless we needed it. But unless we needed it, we did need it at some point in a pandemic, or we thought we would need it probably during the pandemic, but we did not. So what does it mean that we need it for 6 months? That means that does that mean that we're not getting the taxes in during those time periods?
It could be. It means financial distress, right? Whatever that means. I know that's very broad, but it could be some natural disaster, right? That is really catastrophic, that kind of stops everything, really. I think it's more along those really extreme examples, other than us, receiving less sales tax because of economic conditions or things like that. That's not as drastic enough for to warrant using the reserve fund. It really is for financial distress. And I just like to add that the GFOA, which is the Government Finance Officers Association, offers a risk analysis for reserves, and many agencies have used it. I actually performed the analysis, and I could update that or present that information as well. And what it looks at is revenue volatility for the various agencies. So you look at it from your individual agency perspective. How prone are we to natural disasters in our area? So it looks at a combination of factors. There's this whole approach or various elements that you look at. And it's kind of this checklist that you go through and you rate those. And it determines, what it does is give you the result of what they would suggest you fund your reserve level at based on your agency's condition, location, revenue sources, so on and so forth. And that risk analysis, the result was a 25% reserve level for the city of Pinole. Now we're over covered, I guess, if you will, at the 50% level, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I say that because it looks at those various factors or things that could cause financial distress. If we're looking at our revenue sources, which is 80% of that is tax revenues, we have really stable revenue sources. Mm-hmm. If you're looking at an agency that maybe they don't have, I don't know, property tax, or their sales tax is really low because they don't have a lot of retail, a huge retail industry in the city, for example, their reserve level is going to look a little bit different if they're prone to natural disasters, whatever those are, wildfires, earthquakes, thunderstorm, I don't know, things that are catastrophic. Theirs is going to be higher. So right now, it's 6 months, and that was set many years ago. And I think a part of that was in response to the economic downturn during the Great Recession, too. I think that was in response to that, some of it. Mm-hmm. But if we're looking at looking at the basis of a risk analysis with a tool that is set in place and incorporates best practices, it's higher than what that risk analysis would recommend.
Yep, I got that from the presentation.
Okay.
I am exploring the conversation. Thank you so much, Director Guillory, for your knowledge. I just want to say, because I know we have another item, I had asked earlier about the recommendations from the Finance Subcommittee. I think this is a great conversation for the Finance Subcommittee to continue on with beyond this budget cycle, because I don't imagine us getting well, maybe so, but I don't imagine us getting an answer about these recommendations as per Baker Tilly this budget season. But that's why we have a subcommittee for. So I would highly encourage the subcommittee to focus on that.
Thank you. I wanted to just follow up with the concept of, disasters like Santa Rosa. It took homes off the tax rolls for more than 6 months. It was more like 18 to 24 months where they were just taken off the tax rolls. Wildfire, earthquake would do the same thing for, and a lot of people don't have earthquake insurance, so there would be a delay to rebuilding in those areas and getting those residences back on the tax rolls. So, I want to be very protective of our reserve, but instead of taking a look at moving reserve funds into, the internal fund, if we're going to reduce the reserve, it was recommended by our financial consultants that it be moved over to where we have liabilities and not spend on some future budget item.
Yes. So it was creating an other post-employment benefits trust, similar to the Section 115 trust, or even adding to that, because we do expect to exhaust that by the fiscal year 2030.
Yeah. So couple things before we close this item. I wanted to just mention that the County Board of Supervisors did hold their workshop a week ago, Monday and Tuesday, and there was some discussion about animal services contracts, because I think some of the board members have been getting complaints from their cities about that. So I don't know if the increase is going to follow through to what's been projected, or if that will be filled by some other means. So we should keep an eye on that. And then the recommendation is to receive the report and inform staff of in a preliminary council member request for potential budget additions. I haven't really heard so much on budget additions, but more information, and that being to see if we can prorate utility costs by department. And then tracking the use of budgets over time. And then discussion, just, some math, a math exercise on contract positions versus full-time positions. And then direction to have the finance subcommittee take a look at the internal reserve fund. Yes, internal services fund. Is there anything I'm missing?
Where the 6 to 10% suggested department budget cuts, are those already happening, or meaning like you have already communicated with department heads to?
For the 6% reduction, yes, and you did ask for
And
the
then 10% as a scenario? Okay.
reduction as well.
Okay, was there anything else that was discussed?
There was the balances of the impact fees.
Oh, right.
Yes.
That's another one.
Yes, the impact fees. So there's, I think that's 4 items. Utility prorating, tracking the use of budget over time, reviewing the contract versus FTE positions, and then fee balances. Oh, yes, go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I might have missed this. Also, want to see if it was included in my request for staff to bring back information on materials and supply usage by department and utility energy costs by facility.
Okay, so it was materials and utility costs?
Yes.
Materials and supply usage by department and utility and energy costs by
Okay.
facility.
Okay, I got the utility part, but not the materials. Okay,
Thank you.
so is there a motion?
So moved.
Mayor, if I may
Oh,
add, there was another one for a breakdown of professional services.
Yeah, I
mentioned
got
that
that,
one? Okay.
comparing the contract services versus the full-time.
Was that the intent? Is that the same thing? I think that's different.
I think that is different. Councilmember Tavy, you did request this. I wanted to make sure it was aligned with what I said, which was, just to be clear, I just wanted a breakdown of the professional services overall, but also per department.
Yes.
Okay, so there's 5 items.
But there was, for all of our understanding, why we go the route of professional rather than full-time.
Yes.
So there is an element of that.
Yeah,
Thank you.
okay.
Mayor, and one other clarification, so directing staff to also come back with the 10%, is that part of this motion as well?
Scenarios, yeah, 6 and
okay.
10.
'Cause I
6
didn't
and
hear it listed, so I
10%.
just wanted to clarify for the motion. Thank you.
Okay, are you clear with the, you made the motion, are you okay with modifying it?
I did not make the motion.
I made the motion.
You made the motion.
Yeah, I just said so moved per the,
For my list.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that was all clear for staff, and it sounds
Okay.
like it is.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes?
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai?
Yes.
And Mayor Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All
Thank you.
right, thank you. And next item is 5C, which is the draft fiscal year 24-25 through 28-29 capital improvement plan budget. And Director Mishra.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Council, public, and staff. This is a short presentation. I believe there's going to be a deeper discussion on the capital projects. Next slide, please. So our draft capital improvement plan currently includes, it's a 5-year plan which is used to identify and implement cities' capital needs. Current plan includes 35 capital projects and 5 infrastructure assessments, that is over the 5-year period. And for 24-25 fiscal year, there are 32 capital projects slated for work and 5 infrastructure assessments. The project categories are facilities, parks, sewer, stormwater, streets and roads, and infrastructure assessment. Summary of the projects in the draft CIP. The projects which is expected to be completed by end of this fiscal year, that is June 30, 2024, is energy conservation, generation and storage assessment, municipal broadband facility assessment, active transportation plan, park master plan, Hazel Street storm drain improvements. There are few new projects that are being added to this fiscal year. A facilities project for improvements to flooring and painting in tiny turds. There are Pinole trunk sewer capacity project phase 2. The storm drain creek discharge improvements. And there's the Old Town traffic calming project, San Pablo Avenue between John Street to Oak Ridge. There's a sidewalk rehabilitation program proposed, and road maintenance repairs also proposed. There are certain projects which has been removed from the CIP from the last year. Energy upgrades, tree mitigation, and installation of high capacity trash bins. We can further discuss this, the reasons for why it was being removed. Next slide, please. The tentative schedule for adoption of the CIP would be today is the special budget workshop. Or this planning commission would be in May. There will be a preliminary proposed CIP City Council in May, and we'll have a revised proposed CIP to City Council in June, and then will be adopted in the City Council on June 18th meeting. Next slide, please. So this gives a short summary of the funds used for the capital project for 24-25, and that's roughly over $19 million in total. And most of this are actually, we're doing a couple of major sewer projects, which are about close to $8 million. And that is where most of this project costs are. And we'll go into deeper conversation when we discuss project additions and questions on that. Next slide, please. So this is one project that actually I have a single seat for all the council members with them, which actually is a late addition or actually a recommendation from Public Works to actually add this private sewer lateral program to our CIP. I know that council members have requested such a program in the past, and so the idea here is to establish an on-call contractor list for a private sewer lateral program, lateral work. Interested property owners can request to use this program. The property owner should sign a liability waiver and agree to the terms. On-call contractors would provide quotes. On-call contractors would work under a city contract. City staff will admin and inspection time would be added to the quote. The quote would be presented to the property owner for approval, and work will be completed by the contractor. City will send the invoices to property owner for reimbursement. Then unsuccessful collections will be added as a lien to the property. So this kind of helps all those property owners who would like to take advantage of this and not going through finding their own contractor. And at the same time, it is for us, we can expedite our regulatory compliance for completing the private sewer laterals to be inspected and any I&I free for our city. So this is a recommendation, and if council would approve it, I would put it as a CIP program which is not included right now. And this would be, my recommendation is that city allocate a sewer enterprise fund budget of approximately $150,000 a year, so that, and it would be a revolving fund, so that once work is complete and we recover the money, that same $150,000 is being used to fund the next year. And so that's the idea behind it, and I'm ready for any questions.
Okay, any questions?
So,
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Councilmember Tave.
so I'm glad to see this. I think it's makes sense. What about financing? Like, if a homeowner says, "Hey, I can't afford $7K," right? We have the work done. Can they pay, I don't know, 5
Yeah.
installments or whatever it is? So we just need the revenue to come back. However it comes back, as long as it's coming back without the lien.
That is a part of the program. We can set it up as
Payments.
if financially challenged individuals, if they have, they would provide some documentation saying that, okay, they are financially challenged, or they request for over a certain period of time, the city can agree to, in the policy, we can have certain discretion to allow until 6 months or 1 year payment if it is over a certain dollars. We can write those policies in details as we want.
And is this money coming out of the sewer fund?
Yes. Not general fund.
It just seems very easy. Like, I mean,
Yes.
been talking about this for 5 years. Like, it seemed like that went really well. Eric, was there any barriers that we just overcame, or didn't? Like, I'm really trying to figure out. Like, that seems very easy. What happened before? I mean, like
I'm sure there was a lot of work behind putting.
yeah,
this
I'm trying to understand what that work was, because I feel like we just moved the mountain, and I'm trying to understand how. Because I'm thinking solar, I'm thinking batteries, I'm thinking, like, what? How did it? Anybody else shocked here, or is it just me? Anyone? No.
I think it's different because the sewer fund is a completely different fund.
I see.
So there's more flexibility, where I
Okay.
don't think there's a nexus between paying for solar out of
Is
the
there?
sewer fund. Yeah, I'm just guessing.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
yeah,
we
yeah.
took. I was under the impression this couldn't be done, but I mean,
No.
here it is in front of us. Awesome. This is fantastic. No, thanks.
Yes. Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Yeah, my thoughts is that it is, we've had an ordinance for sewer lateral work for years now.
Yes.
So it is part of our city requirement. And so I think now what you've done is demonstrated that, given it's a city requirement, we're also recognizing, city is recognizing that there can be a burden, and we want people to comply.
That's right.
And they have to comply.
Yes.
And so,
And we help them.
and
That's
we're going to help them somehow, yeah. So, 150,000, Mike, I had a little note. Would it, but I think you've answered the question. Part of that 150,000 would be for microloans.
Yes, you can say that if we are actually accepting payments over a period of time, you can say that that's a microloan. Yes.
Okay. All right. And the sewer fund is not the fund that, no, it is the enterprise fund, isn't
It
it?
is enterprise
Okay,
fund,
good.
yes.
So we're going to have that
Yeah.
money coming in.
Coming in.
And that's why also it's possible for
Yes.
us to do this.
Yes.
Unlike energy
Yes.
conservation or energy efficiency improvements, for which we don't have an
Yeah.
enterprise fund, and we don't have an ordinance related to that, and we are just beginning to establish as a city whatever it is that we need to do to comply with state requirements or state direction. That's
That's
why
correct.
it's different. Okay, thank you. Tell me more about item number 3, the property owner signs a liability waiver. What is the liability here?
So, because the contractor would be working on a contract with the city, so the city contractor if has to work in a private property, but as per our ordinance, the private owner is responsible for their private lateral until to the mains. So when a city contractor is going to work in the private property, so they have to waive liability for the contractor as well as the city staff, so that if something happens, we are not liable. But those details I haven't worked out yet, but it will be through city attorney. We'll work out the terms and conditions in detail.
Okay, I'm going to suggest there are homeowners associations that are going through this now, and perhaps their attorneys can give you an idea of what that experience has been or the issues that have come up. Yes, going through that now. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Director Mishra, the sewer lateral program is great. Thank you so much for making that a priority. I want to make sure, of course, when it comes back, I mean, when it's actually done, the administrative costs are also included. We talked about this as well. The question I had is, also, I just wanted to say thank you also for the additions. We did have the wastewater treatment plant subcommittee meeting last week with Hercules and discussed broadly some of the additions for the treatment plant solar and battery, the boilerplate replacement, all of the good juju that you've added here. Thank you so much. And looking forward to finding a way, especially around the solar and battery, that maybe we can expedite that. I know you pushed a 2026, 2027 allocation. I'm wondering if we can get that faster, but of course we just had a long conversation about budget. So I'm hoping that we can, have that done by the end of the 27 year, if not earlier. I wanted to ask a question about the facilities and real estate master plan. I know we had talked about this on the council a couple years ago, and I'm wondering, with so many projects that we've essentially acknowledged that some of our facilities are, that especially the ones that are in use, we are upgrading them. I'm wondering what the value of having another assessment for facilities and real estate planning would be. The additional context I'll just say is with us selling so many of our city-owned properties as well, I'm wondering how relevant this would be if we were to, pay $200,000 this year to have that plan, and then, we sold facilities and/or gain facilities as we discussed, and we've been in conversations with the county librarian on.
So the value of that actually master plan is only to evaluate if our current city facilities, how many years of life is left. Do we expect a significant upgrade or a significant repair that would be required? But I would be worried about only the mostly youth center and all that. We are actually already have planned to do some repair work for the roof for public safety building. We are planning for some modernization for the senior center. So we are taking care of the dire needs of those buildings and the important buildings, but we haven't done anything for the youth center. That would be the only building which I would consider that we haven't really evaluated if there is a need or how it can be upgraded or modified and all that.
Okay.
So other than that, other buildings we are actually taking care of those through other CIP projects, as you see here in this list here.
Okay. So when I look at the CIP, I've said this before, I know we have priority scores. I oftentimes look to essential and resiliency, right? Those are kind of my framework personally as I assess how our CIP plan is moving. What I'm hearing from you is that there is not currently an assessment as to the youth center and its future usage, but also its
condition, yes. Yeah.
Condition
assessment, yeah.
Condition. Is it possible that we might be able to assess that without a facilities and real estate master plan?
It is possible just to assess only that facility. It's possible. Reduce the scope, yeah.
That's helpful to know. And then just wanted to, again, ask Director Guillory the same question before, which is, why is it that the $90,000 that is sourced by fund for 2024 and the $4.1 million from Measure S, why is it that those two numbers don't impact our baseline budget this year? So the CIP, it has sources by fund. At the top, it says that the fiscal year it'll have $90,000 for the 2024, 2025, and then 4.1. Can you remind me again? I know I just asked, but it's just really helpful to track these conversations.
Because it's not considered an ongoing cost and it's funded by one-time sources, which is the unassigned fund balance
Okay.
in the general fund. So that's why it does not impact the baseline
Okay.
budget.
So it's not ongoing costs. So some of these things are ongoing costs though. So for example, like, I guess road maintenance, right, which is now a new project this year that Director
Yes.
Mishra has added, but in the past it was identified as something else.
No, this
Okay.
is something
So
new.
we're finally getting to the roads. Okay.
Yeah.
It's including of something else.
No, I believe previously there may be a road slurry seal program which
Slurry
may
seal.
have been there,
Gotcha.
and we did not continue that program just because our total funds that we actually get from SB1, gas tax, and everything, our revenue is only about $750,000 every year.
Okay.
And we are unable to do actually any major projects with that $750,000 only. So what we have done is we actually hold that money for a couple of years and try to do a bigger project. And you can see on our CIP sheet here, the arterial rehab project, which is
Aerial rehab. Thank you.
that is project RO2101. That is a rehab for the Pinole Valley Road from city limits until I believe it's until CMAS. And we have that project on the CIP for last couple of years. And for several reasons, we did not do just because of the total funding availability and also opportunities for applying for grants.
Okay.
So that's why we have been holding. We are actually at 95 to 99% design. We are ready for bid. But recently I was collaborating with city county, and there is a possibility of this project being added to a grant application that is safe roads for all. And
Yes.
county has confirmed that they are actually including this project because it is shovel ready. The
Yeah.
design is there.
It's on
So-
the agenda.
Yeah. So if we have to get that, we'll be successful in that grant. So that fund actually we can use in some other road projects in the town, and that would be a huge win.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Good job.
I wanted to ask about, and thank you also for the Safe Roads reference for the grant. I know there's a lot of residents who always ask, how are we applying to grants? That's a big grant opportunity, and it should not be remiss that we are a part of that. So thank you so much. I wanted to ask about the safety improvements on arterial roadways, which is project RO2302. Oftentimes we hear about, and we of course saw it with our work at the Tennant Avenue intersection, about how important kind of like regenerating or revitalizing some of those areas. I've had some residents talk about, as they've seen the improvements on Tennant Avenue happen, the need for a crosswalk or a roadway, arterial roadway at Prune and Tennant Avenue. If we were to add that into this, how much would that affect this budget? Because you currently have 275,000, but how much would it affect the budget to just add?
Okay.
a little more?
So that particular project is a HCIP grant funded project, and I believe we have received about $240,000, and the rest of is our matching funds.
Okay.
So if we have to add, Tenant and Prune, we may require a little bit of traffic study for pedestrian counts and all.
Okay.
And if it is only a striping project, I would say without any bulb outs and all, then probably the cost would be less than 50,000, around $50,000.
Okay, that's good to know. And then my last question is around the senior center auxiliary parking lot. So love this project. I know we've talked about it for a couple years. Part of the project has over my last 3 years on council, has kind of formed itself in some ways as we kind of discuss the vision of the senior center. The canopy and solar and electric vehicle charging, I consistently am very supportive of. I'm wondering about the need of parking, more additional parking space at the senior center, and perhaps the difference between the canopy electric vehicle charging and the solar additions in that project versus the cost of the additional parking lot. How much, is there a separate cost for the, like, I say revitalization, it's actually not, we're adding a lot more parking, or we are perceiving to. What is the cost of that versus the other additions?
Well, I'll have to just make an estimate.
Sure.
I can't tell you for sure because I haven't. There was the estimate was not done separately from The only thing I can say is that the auxiliary parking lot was supposed to be built in this Fowler House lot,
Yep.
and that construction cost we have to say do some removal of existing shrubs and redo the grading and pavement there. I would say roughly that would be in the realm of $500,000 to do there.
Okay.
And there may be some. There were some estimates for having canopies there too. So I would think that would include those costs as well. So close to that.
Okay. And then my last question is, for any of these projects, have we explored and or discussed with other agencies any shared service agreements or shared project agreements with them?
No, there is none yet because most of the shared projects that actually I had explored with the adjacent cities, Hercules and San Pablo and El Cerrito, those were based on having actually good or bigger road projects or slurry seal projects, because those are the easy to combine, very simple, and if we are able to actually have a bigger quantity to a contractor, that we actually get a pretty good price to do that. But because of our situation where our arterial roads need rehab and we don't have enough funds to actually do any other project, so I have not been able to collaborate with anybody yet.
Okay, thank you for letting me know. And just a last question, I know I said one more, but one last question is the Branch Street improvements. When in 2021, when I came onto council, we had a robust discussion about the urgency of the Branch Street improvements Branch Street improvements. The reason for that was they were, I think, previous promises maybe perhaps like kept or given to the residents there. We also discussed the movement of a house that needed to move from Hercules to Pinole there. Can you confirm that that house has been moved from Hercules to Pinole? And I have a second follow-up question to that project.
And no, the house has not been moved yet.
Okay.
But the owner has actually already asked for grading permit. They have started grading work around there. I mean, they want to start the grading work there, so they have asked for grading permit, and they are moving on with their proposal to move the house and all that too.
Okay, and so the deferment of the funds for that is because the house hasn't moved?
Because, yes, that's correct.
That's good to know. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Sasai, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Acting City Manager Mishra, for the presentation and all your hard work on the sewer laterals program. So one of the questions I had was some of the projects on the CIP are missing priority scores. Is that something that we can expect to be calculated and presented to us in the preliminary proposed CIP?
Yes, the priority scores, I haven't worked on it yet for the new projects. Need some more time, and I will produce that at the time of the next preliminary proposed.
Great, thank you. And also to confirm, this budget workshop right now is really the time for council to provide direction on amendments, additions, and deletions to the CIP?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just dive right into the CIP and my questions then. So I want to start with project FA2302, which is the Plum Street parking lot improvements. Director Mishra, can you please give us a little background about the origin of this project? I understand that this was staff recommendation, but I'd like to know if this is a recommendation for Public Works, PD, or a different department.
So the Plum Street parking lot improvements actually was requested by our PD, There's a lot of vehicles, PD vehicles are actually being parked there, and they wanted a lot to be secured right next to the school. And a portion of the lot, not the entire lot, a portion of the lot is what was requested to be chain link fenced with a gate. And that is the request, and that's where we developed this estimate for securing and with a chain link trackable, electrically controlled gate for that lot.
Thank you for that. And was there a specific incident or incidents that demonstrated a need for this project and led to this recommendation that you know of?
Yeah, no, I don't know the background of why PD requested this. There may be some concerns about other people trying to vandalize some of the city vehicles, but I don't know any specific incident.
Okay, it would be really helpful to know that and also know that this is a public lot. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, I'm not sure if it's a problem on your end, but the council chamber video is switching in and out, so sometimes I can see the chambers and the video there, but not. But please stop me if I cut out. And this is a question for either Director Mishra or City Attorney Casher. A lot of cities categorize chain link fencing as either aesthetically unfavorable or sometimes as blight. Do we have any ordinances or policies that address chain link fencing?
Through the chair, I'm not aware of any Pinole Municipal Code sections or ordinances that would in any way restrict chain link fences, but I haven't looked closely throughout the code. I could certainly check. Yeah.
Okay. That'd be really helpful.
We may have some discussion in the design guidelines, but the city wouldn't be subject to the design guidelines.
Gotcha. Thank you for the background. I'll move to the so project FA 1901. This is again the auxiliary parking lot at the senior center. Director Mishra, can you speak to the estimated expenditures to date for this project? The total of $126,655. Is this in total the work that was done on the demolition of the Fowler House, or is there anything else that was included in that estimated expenditure?
You broke up for a minute.
Can you repeat that?
Yes, and let me know if I cut out again. Can you please speak to the estimated expenditures to date for the auxiliary parking lot project at the senior center?
Yeah.
So the total of $126,655, and if that was just demolition of the Fowler House.
No, the design cost, I believe what we have produced in the CIP sheets, I believe it says $126,000, but that figure could be a little more because I haven't captured what we have spent last year. That may not be much, but I would say not more than $160,000, but mostly on design.
Okay, so it includes the design work that has been completed as well.
That's correct.
And that design work includes both the auxiliary parking lot addition?
Yes, the design includes the auxiliary parking lot. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And then I just want to clarify, so what Councilor Murphy had brought up, the reduced estimated cost for this project would be $5,000 if we just implemented the benefits outlined in the project description to just the existing parking lot.
I couldn't hear the.
I think the question was, would there be a reduced project cost if the canopies were only over the existing parking lot?
That's correct.
Thank you. And just to clarify, the estimate was $500,000 of reduced costs if we just move forward the benefits outline for just the existing parking lot.
Yeah, that
correct?
is my best estimate right now. I have to, engineering estimate really would show something. Yeah.
Thank you. And have you received any complaints in particular about the lack of parking provided for people visiting our senior center?
But no, I haven't.
I can address that.
Okay. Mayor Thompson, I'd love to hear what you have. Curious.
Yeah, so I was on a committee when we talked about, on the Fowler House Reuse Committee, and we talked about whether or not we should expand Fernandez Park amenities to that site, particularly bocce in that area. And we had a number of seniors that came out and spoke about the need for accessible parking near the senior center, especially since when they have events, there was a lot of overflow parking that happened up on the railroad property, which is now fenced in. So that's not available. And then, so that really talked about the need for the parking on the lot that used to house used to be the Fowler House. So there was, a big push by the seniors to have additional parking, accessible parking, I might add, on that site.
Thank you for the input, and if staff, if you have that documentation in writing, I'd love to hear that input from seniors.
Yeah, I think it was the previous Public Works Director
Okay.
that was on that committee. I'm not sure if we have anything in writing on that, but I would also bring up that if you did construction of canopies on the existing parking lot without having a place for, people to park in the interim, that's, creates a construction site, and there would be no parking available during construction. And that, there's usually a long period of that occurring. And when you're dealing with seniors, you're dealing with, a lot of them that have mobility issues. So we just need to be cognizant of that.
And that would be street parking, basically. But thanks for the input. I want to move quickly to project FA 1703, City Hall modernization. So I'm looking through the description of this project. I'd like to know how much we anticipate on spending for exterior paint in particular.
So for exterior painting of City Hall, now, I haven't obtained any estimate yet. That is a part of the scope there. But I would say that the painting cost would be close to $80,000 to $100,000. Because recently, maybe about 2 years ago, when the post office next door was painted, the cost of that was close to $65,000. So City Hall is much.
Thank you. And would it be sufficient enough to instead power or pressure wash the exterior? And if so, how much would that cost in comparison to exterior paint services?
Power wash, I'm not sure. That could be, it will definitely not bring back the shine and all. It will clear the dust from the building for sure. And there may be some implication to power washing a building and sending the paint to the storm drains. I'm not sure if that could be an issue. I'll have to verify the cost for that. City crew can do it if it is power wash is a need, but the environmental concerns could be an issue. I'll have to just verify. I don't know when the paint was done and all that, and nowadays that is kind of a concern. We may have to, collect that water and dispose it separately. That may be an issue. If
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. And what is the process to determine if that would be effective? Is it sort of like a patch test that
yes.
you could do?
Yes, we can do a patch test just to see what a pressure washing can, reveal, if it is really may bring back the color what you're looking at or not. So
I think that'd be really helpful, just to see if those are areas that we could cut in cost potentially. So just wanted to put that out there for a question. I'm curious about two additions that I think would be great for the facade of City Hall. So I know we talked about this earlier, Director Mishra, but wall-mounted flagpoles on the front part of City Hall, how much would that cost?
Those should not be significantly expensive, just because those can be done by staff. I believe those mounts are available to be purchased online or some of the hardware stores. I don't think any of those would cost more than a few $100s, less than 1,000 would I would say.
Thank you. Another addition I think would be great, and this really comes from inspiration from San Francisco City Hall. And different holidays, different cultural days, they light up the exterior of City Hall in different colors. And so I'd like to know how much would multicolored LED lights for the front of City Hall cost? Do you have an estimate for that?
I don't know if I can give you an estimate on the top of my head.
That
but,
might be some direction we want to provide.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thank you for that. Two other projects. So PA 2201 Pocket Parks on Galbraith Road. Can you expand more on the project origin and the concerns raised to add this to the CIP?
I believe this was requested by citizens for a park bench, a small bench for the pocket park at Galbraith Road. And we haven't done anything on this because it was not a priority project when we evaluated the last year. And we are also required actually to us to have carve out a portion of lot and declare it as a pocket park. So we haven't done any work on that.
And have you received any complaints about the lack of a pocket park in this area?
No, I haven't. I'm not sure if anybody else.
Thanks for that background. Project R02403, Old Town Traffic Calming, and I'm very pleased to see this on the CIP. And I think this came from some of the conversations that we've had at the last CIP that we discussed in 2023. So can you go into more detail about assessing the feasibility of traffic calming measures at Havilah Avenue? And if there's room to be more specific about the types of traffic calming to assess?
So yes, there is a possibility of reducing the lane width. We may not be able to reduce the number of lanes, travel lanes, but there is a possibility that we can reconfigure the area between Old Downtown from John Street to Oak Ridge, and just so that we can tighten the travel lanes just to have traffic go a little slower and see how much of a parking area or a bike lane, if it is feasible, and we can evaluate if there is a refuse island is feasible. Those things can be evaluated, and that's why I put a very small amount, $20,000 for this year, for have a consultant come and actually provide us some concept plans and give us some ideas to do some permanent restriping and all that.
Perfect. And I think one thing to consider about this project as well, or the feasibility study, is a concept that I've seen on 3/4 specific plan, which is having a center turn lane and then reducing number of lanes on each side to one, and then squeezing those lanes to provide more. I think you mentioned this in your answer. But so other additions that I would like to explore in the CIP, and I think I mentioned this to you, Director Mishra, and also to Director Whalen at many points. Overhead catenary string lighting in Old Town Pinole. That's something that I've seen 4th Street in Berkeley do. City Martinez has it laterally. Many other small cities. Is that something that we could have an estimate to be brought back for a project to be considered for future iteration of the CIP?
Yes, we can. I believe that if the cost is not much, that can be just an operational budget rather than a CIP.
Gotcha. Thank you. And the last question I have is, I don't really see any projects on the CIP that addresses the replacements needed to reflect the new city seal that we're moving forward with. Is staff looking to add those projects somewhere in the future iteration of the CIP, or as we go through this process, or is staff looking for direction from council on that?
You're breaking up a little bit, so I just want to repeat what I think I heard you say is
I can repeat
transitioning
it.
for the
works.
city seal?
Projects to be included in the CIP that addresses the replacements needed for the new city seal. And at the very least, this would include like graphics on existing signage, things of that nature.
Okay.
Okay. Yes,
And
I would say,
staff needs direction from council on that.
yeah, definitely we would need direction from council. I believe the most the complicated one or expensive one would be the foyer where we have on the floor. If we have to, demo that to put the new seal and all that. But other than that, those would be very minor, like what we have here in the council chambers and all that. That would be pretty minor. And probably the safety building also has similar floor or than the
Have a
wall
Tile.
tiles. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those would be something we should add in the CIP or in a facilities project to, whenever we do that, we can add that. So.
Okay.
Great.
All right.
Right,
Thank
thank you.
you. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Question that I have is, we get a lot of requests for restriping, and I'm going to assume that that's not a CIP project, but rather ongoing maintenance. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So with that, we have not taken public comment on this. Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, because we just talked a little bit when we focused on the sewer lateral program. But going back to the summary of projects in the draft CIP, the removed projects, can you tell us more about what that tree mitigation was, about why it was removed, and then the installation of the high-capacity trash bins in particular?
Yes. So the tree mitigation, actually, we had I can't remember, I think $50,000 for every year for some of the eucalyptus tree growth mitigation. But during last year's storm event, we had to actually take action and spend emergency funds to have a arborist come and evaluate all the trees and tell us which trees they think are actually dangerous. And we removed close to 12 trees which were supposed to be dangerous to the adjacent residents and all. So that's the reason we spent close to $120,000 over there, and that's the reason I took it out from this year. But if there is a council direction that we should be funding something for future to take all the trees out from there, we can put it back again. But I did not see any need for this year. That's why I took it out.
Okay, thank you. And with regard to the installation of high-capacity trash bins, it relates to something I asked at the last council meeting, which was the results of the pilot and
Yeah.
how that has a bearing on perhaps this recommendation.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, yes. So just to update on the pilot project, so we had the CIP project which had 40 trash cans for $425,000 worth of CIP. And we decided that we should do a pilot project just to evaluate how, residents are using these trash cans. So we put 4 trash cans, 2 at each location of a high trash generating area. That is 1 on San Pablo, 1 on Tenant. And over the last 6 months, we actually monitored this, and initially we were worried that this was going to get too full and that we won't be able to take it out with our current staffing resources, and we may need equipment. But unfortunately, what we notice is that the trash cans are too cute. People are actually not using them. So yes, that's for the first 3 months. Well, I've been asking staff to really say, hey, how many times have you say monthly, once in a month, because nobody's putting trash in there. So right now also we are still seeing that usage is not that heavy on those trash cans, and so I believe that it has served its purpose. We don't think that this is going to be useful for any of other locations, because these are the highest locations where we generate a lot of trash and we're not being able to use it. Meaning, not what we thought that it will get full and we need to compress it, and that's not happening.
Okay, I have to ask how that assessment, how you determined those were the areas of largest trash accumulation, because others would differ on that. Seeing litter throughout town. Probably, as I'm saying that, I'm thinking about some spaces which are actually private spaces, but they abut a public space. And in particular, I'm thinking about along at Gateway West, alongside the creek. And the concern there is the private space being the area where the bowling alley is, and the effect being on the creek trail and into the creek. And with so that's one area. And there are other areas where, given the requirements that are coming up that we heard about recently in a webinar by the county related to the municipal regional stormwater permit, and the requirement that cities will have to assess the amount of litter, that there is room to consider installation of bins elsewhere. If they're not working on San Pablo, well, we move them somewhere else, but we don't not use them. And 6 months of monitoring, those have been there for a little longer than, longer than that. So I would say, well, anyway, that's just an observation. But back to there are places, locations where we could have some of these. I wouldn't want us as a city to ignore the fact that we still have a litter problem, and compounding that is the need to comply with a permit that is essentially, if we do not comply, then we're going to be assessed fees for that. Yeah.
So yeah, just a little background on the locations. So the locations we chose based on how our staff has previously cleaned those locations before, and where they see the trash is usually overflowing from the current trash bins, and how often they clear those. So that was our basis of determining these are the locations they clean almost every day or every other day. So that was the staff said that, oh, these are the locations where we find always people who fill it up and it overflows, and that's how we came about. But I'm open to actually trying those in the other places where we have other feedback from residents. And the only concern I would have around the creek is these are solar trash bins, so they would not operate if we actually put it in an environment where it is canopy and shaded. So that may be an issue. So.
Okay, but we can find a way where we do get some sun.
Yeah.
But the effect being that we want to minimize the litter that we get from everywhere, including from I-80. I mean, we're talking not only on one side of I-80, the north side, but as well the south side. Okay.
Yeah. Well, surely you can evaluate the locations. Not a problem.
Thank you. So I'd like reconsideration of that. The high-capacity trash bins placed elsewhere. And then a question related to the senior center auxiliary parking lot. Are there components of that project that could be funded by incoming state funds related to energy efficiency? So that rather than, where are the funds coming from right now? Are they all general funds, that $1,060,000?
I would think so. Do you have the project sheets?
Yeah, I don't see the source on this one, so, pardon me, I'm, FA, okay, pardon me, wasn't reading that.
Yeah, I believe those are all general funds.
Yeah, general funds,
Major
yeah.
S, yes.
So again, to free up funds from the general fund and have them used elsewhere, for example, with the sidewalk rehabilitation program.
We have been trying actually. So we did not move forward with this project, beyond design just for that reason. We actually sent out to Assembly Member Buffy's and Giramendi's office twice for the earmark project. So this is one of the project. We also had a discussion with a private party, Tesla, because they were actually asking us where they can actually put superchargers around here. So we had this, if they were to fund, they would have built both solar as well as the superchargers there. So we had a discussion with them, but then we didn't move forward with that because we never knew whether we're going to get any earmark or not. So that's why we did not commingle the private as well as the options. So we'll still try.
Thank you for that. Please remind me, the property, the concrete barrier that is on San Pablo Avenue alongside, not quite alongside the Faria House, but closer to where the bus stop is. There's an increasingly deteriorating mural on there that next year is going to be worse, and the following year is going to be even worse. And we have had discussions here on council about the interest in preserving some of the city murals. How, we haven't yet talked about, but I imagine that is a capital improvement project we could have.
Yes, it will be. I mean, if council directors, we can put it as a capital project. What we have been discussing lately, there is a art in the park grant that is currently available. So I have discussing with our grant writer and community service director Andrea and Lily Wellen, community development director. So we had a meeting and we have discussed about that. So that grant is possibly can help, but I don't know. This particular grant is actually valid only for artists who can do some art in a park. Meaning to say, if it was designated as a park, we could have this particular mural could be restored or upgraded by that grant. So we're looking at that, but at the same time, I believe community services department is going to lead on that effort to put something together for a CIP. But it's not in this year's CIP, but if there is a need, council can direct us and I can talk to our community service director and we can come up with a plan.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to mention about the parking lot on Plum Street. I think that St. Joseph's pays rent for some of those parking spaces.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, okay, because I have heard that they have not been available to them because there's a lot of people using the parking spaces.
That's right, yes. That's why we decided that we're not going to pursue that and we would, I haven't got to canceling the agreement so that they don't have to, we don't have to burden them. They've already paid for over 15 years. So which we think that's adequate.
Can we maybe put some signage there limiting the parking so that we can maybe ticket them if because I think some of the vehicles I've seen there have been, I'm not sure that they're actually running.
That could be most of our city vehicles.
Oh. All right. So with that, I'll open it up to the public.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we have 3 speakers here. We have Irma Ruport, Rafael Menez, and John Bender in person.
Right.
The Community Services Commission did have a discussion last year, the arts program, we have the funding. This past weekend, I spoke to one of the Pinole artisans. I believe there are volunteers up here at the city, and they say they're working with the city regarding the arts program. Where it's going, I don't know. Maybe it's something to check into with the city, Okay? That's it. Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Mess. I remain a resident of Pinole, and I'm speaking on this item as a private citizen. Just want to be very clear here. So my first question is with regard to one of the items that was removed, the Hazel Street Gap Closure Project, which was noted in the report on page 74 of the agenda packet as being removed by staff. And I was curious whether that was just due to the timing of the house construction project or something else going on there, because I can't really ask about that particular project because it's too close to my house most of the time. But speaking as a member of the public on this item, I think it's okay. And the city attorney can, of course, contradict me if I'm wrong about that. My second question is, I noticed that the basically points metric for assessing how critical each project was listed for each of the unfunded projects, but I didn't see points values listed for the funded projects. I was wondering whether it would be possible for the city to do that so that it was considering, say, making cuts in regards to the CIP projects, that it could basically have a list of all the projects and saying, okay, we've got this project that we funded, but I know it has a points value of 1. Maybe we should unfund it and fund an unfunded project that's got a points value of 30. That sort of a thing. And then I think there was one other thing. UF024, the Faria House renovation. So it's my understanding that the city was putting that property up for sale. So should that even still be on the unfunded projects list? And I think that's all of my questions with regards to this item. Thank you.
Okay. Can I? Yeah, go ahead. Okay. So just to respond, the Faria House should not be in the unfunded list. It is a clerical error. It is not being removed, but it will be taken out in the next draft, next cycle of this.
Okay.
Regarding the priority score, still is a work in progress. I didn't have the time yet to complete all the priority score for the projects that has been listed. Hazel Street Gap Closure, that is being removed just because that street was supposed to get connected to the other side of the, I don't remember the street name on the other side.
Sunnyview?
Sunnyview, yes. And during discussion with PD and fire, they did not want to open that connection, but the street is going to get developed by the developer. We just completed the Hazel Street storm drain project this year, and the developer is now going to work on and complete the street on the Hazel Street side. But from recommendation of fire and PD, that the street will not be connected, but it will be completed and paved.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead, John.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council and staff. I also am speaking as a private citizen. I was delighted to see in the draft CIP the Old Town traffic calming study being initiated. Hopefully, Council will, when they finalize this, they will agree to it. It is something long overdue, and I'll just say simply, in order to have a positive vision of Old Town, whatever that is, it has to start with San Pablo Avenue, given what has been happening to it over the past few years, especially post-COVID. And I have one comment, though, for staff. One of the things, and I know that there's been some traffic data gathering, because I saw the device near my house. I want to point out that the left turn to Pinole Valley Road from San Pablo Avenue, that is heading west, that queue is getting longer and longer in the mornings. It's now some days approaching John Street, and that's not on the days when I-80 is jammed. It's just, the cycle tends to vary, but that is becoming an impediment, and it's converting that portion of San Pablo Avenue to a single lane. And it's still working other than people stuck in the queue. And one final issue on another portion of the CIP, I'm not a fan of chain link fences. And I will say this, if you're using them for security, it's a very poor choice, because in my younger days, I could scale those very easily. And I would like to point out, if you're going to put a fence around a portion of a public parking lot, When you look at areas where it is high crime, like Kaiser and Richmond, that I go to often, and the Social Security Center, they don't use chain link. They use better looking fences, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll bring it back to the council. I have been writing a list of items for staff, and they include looking at wall-mounted flagpoles, multicolored lights, doing a patch test of power washing of the city hall, fencing around the parking lot, and I do agree with Mr. Bender's comments there. I think it would just really detract from our old town. I think there was a request for a breakout on costs for the senior center lot and overhead lighting on San Pablo Avenue, city seal replacement estimates, and then filling in the points for the other projects. Did I miss anything?
Yeah, the sewer lateral program.
Oh, yeah, the sewer, yeah,
and
we
financing
started with that.
options. Yeah.
Yes, that was the first item. I do have a comment on that, though, is that if we're going to finance some folks in that program, and we don't collect money right when the contract is done, if we don't put a lien on the house or on the property, they could sell it without us having a lien on it.
Yeah, I mean, right now, all the properties that is being sold, at least the realtors, they know, they look for actually a sewer lateral compliance certificate that we issue once it is completed. We can have that in the policy that will not issue a sewer compliance until it is fully paid. So,
Okay, good. And,
Mayor, I have a
oh,
few too.
and also mural preservation. And go ahead.
Either deferment or striking of IN 2301, the facilities real estate master plan. And then the inclusion of Prune Street and Tenant Avenue and RO 2302, safety improvements on arterial roadways.
Yes.
And just a quick question, Director Mishra, and I'm sorry, Acting City Manager Mishra this evening. The project completed on Appian and Marlesta is a part of this presentation, is it not? That was a part of this current fiscal year?
that is correct. It is completed, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to add another list of completed items because you have completed another one, but I just wanted to make sure you noticed that was missing
Yeah.
the final presentation. Because I'm sure people want to hear about it, and we want to celebrate that. There was one more that I feel like we're missing. Oh, the consideration, I think this is more for council, but the consideration that perhaps the pocket parks at 65,000 could be utilized and leveraged in a better way. I know that's kind of something to decide on our next meeting. I don't think that's necessarily staff action. The money is growth impact fee, so maybe there's a better way to utilize that money, including, I don't know if you can use growth impact fees for mural restoration, but it sounds like something we should look into. Especially, I think that particular mural, I think we all have some interest in, and there's some excitement around. So, yeah.
Okay, so with the pocket park, it was deferring it, or?
Well, I
We'll
would
have further
suggest removing the item. I think we'll have further discussion at the next CIP
Okay.
discussion, but I think I think the staff direction is, can we use growth impact fees for mural restoration? Because that would help us with our public art program when it comes time for community services to circle back.
Okay, and then the master plan for facilities, was that a deferral or a striking it? And then and then there was a discussion about adding an evaluation of the youth center.
So that's something I would like staff's recommendation on, like, unless the other council members have a direct. I think we can strike it. I think we've acknowledged that we're looking to the buildings. So we've acknowledged that we're looking to the buildings that we want as improvements. We have several different improvements, including City Hall and, we're going to be talking about other improvements as well. I don't know if we want to spend I don't think it's the best use or essential for us to spend $200,000 for facilities and real estate master plan at this time where we are.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can we discuss, or are we developing the motion?
I think just developing the motion of
Got
what
it.
things we want addressed for when they come back.
So I don't mind pushing that out.
Okay.
But I think one of the things that I was talking about with that internal fund is that there's a lot of liability that's going to come up as soon as this condition assessment happens. Right now, I think we're at a 19 million for 24, 25, and 37 million, but this is just based on reactive measures, like things are leaking, this is a problem, that's a problem. This condition assessment that I'm thinking is going to happen is going to give us the full picture on all of our buildings, which is why I'd like to see that actually escalated up on the priority list to help inform some of the other capital projects that would need it. But I don't mind deferring it to 2025 or 2026. And then moving Prune Street, that building, I think, is the one that Councilmember Murphy, was that the one you were talking about? Or there
I'm
was
not
another-
referring to a building with Prune Street. I'm referring to a street.
Crosswalk.
Crosswalk.
Oh,
thank you.
crosswalk.
Thank you.
I thought I saw sidewalk rehabilitation program on streets and roads.
Sidewalk rehabilitation.
I'm sorry.
So sidewalk rehabilitation is a new program that we're.
That is a new program.
yeah.
The sidewalk rehabilitation program in the CIP is actually to get the funds to where in the city right of way where we have our sidewalks and the curb ramps are not ADA compliant. So we're trying to make an effort to do that those projects around downtown area where it is city right of way.
Okay, so we don't really have, we'd have to allocate funding for the crosswalk.
We would have to
Next.
allocate funding for the crosswalk.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we would be adding that crosswalk and then pushing the facilities master plan out.
Okay, is that clear?
That's what I,
Not in that linear order.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
if you see it that way, yes, I think what I have, I do have other suggestions that maybe I just want to simmer on, given the feedback of the council today, including the auxiliary parking lot and how we're utilizing and I would like research and for staff to come back about like the Fowler Use Committee, what those recommendations were. We need data on that because I personally feel like it may be a bad use of our money now to spend 500,000 on, but that's just my take. So I would like to discuss that with council at a future meeting.
Appreciate
But I don't want it to seem like I'm removing the facilities real estate plan to add a crosswalk at Prune. I just want to explore options of where our revenue's coming from. Just to clarify, Councilmember Tave, are you saying that you would like the facilities and real estate master plan to stay this current year at 200,000?
no, I'm suggesting and I think that this analysis is probably gonna happen next meeting, but to push that out.
Okay.
So that it would be reducing the amount of money that we would be anticipating spending for 24, 25.
Gotcha. And my assessment over the only 4 years I've been here is that we usually do at most 3 assessments. First of all, we just added the infrastructure assessment in 2021 as a part of the CIP. Perhaps we should consider only 3 assessments per year because they're really just feasibility studies. I'd love to see us get done with the recycled water feasibility study that's been added. I know Director Mishra, you do too. And perhaps we choose 2 others at most to fund for this year and defer the others, 2 to 3 for the rest of the 5-year plan. But again, consideration for staff and also council at a future date.
So Mayor Toms, there was another, and that was to place high-capacity trash bins in locations where they are used.
Yeah, relocate the trash.
That's the word that I wanted.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I had that on my list.
Thank
I
you.
probably didn't say it. Okay, so is there a motion with that list?
Can you repeat the list for the public?
Okay. So relocate trash bins,
Yes,
wall-mounted flagpoles,
yes,
multicolor lights around City Hall, patch test on the City Hall, patch test being power wash. The fencing around the parking lot of Plum Street. Identifying the payment categories for the auxiliary parking lot for the senior center, and getting some background on the Fowler Reuse Committee. Overhead lighting on San Pablo Avenue. City seal replacement. Evaluation of the youth center facility. Prune Street crosswalks. Adding points into the projects on the list. And mural presentation. Preservation. Sorry, it's getting late.
And the sewer lateral.
And the sewer lateral.
Finance.
Sewer lateral program.
Second, or motion.
Discussion on the motion. So regarding stringing lights in Old Town, we have some lights and trees now, right? And how's that going? And what has that done towards the goal of increasing foot traffic and beautifying and bringing people into the shops and all the rationale or presumed rationale that was provided at the time? And how's that going before we get into stringing lights? Because we're going to be footing the bill for something that may not result. Thank you. That's the one thing. And then related to that is the question, this is a question for Mayor Pro Tem. Multicolor lights, tell me why multicolor lights? What will that do for us?
I don't think we're adding it. I think we're going to discuss it.
Yeah.
Okay, then.
I'll come up with the cost. I'll discuss what exactly, what is the extent of it all around City Hall, and only on one person. I'll discuss with Vice Mayor, and I will come up with the cost.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay.
And just one more statement that when we come back with this, we'll have an updated list of unfunded projects as well. That's
Yes.
correct. And then the priority scores as well.
Yes.
Okay. With that, we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call vote? Oh, yes. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thanks, and looking forward to discussing all of these more in the future. One amendment I want to request in this motion is the inclusion of the deletion of the Plum Street parking lot improvements.
The deletion of the Plum Street.
Parking lot improvements. Project FA2302.
There's the chain link fence.
Right.
Right, but I think we're asking for it to come back with alternatives, with a discussion.
Gotcha, okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah. Okay. With that, can we get a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin?
Yes?
Councilmember Tave?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Sasai?
Yes.
Mayor Toms?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. So, next on the agenda is adjournment. And I would just like to thank staff. You guys have done incredible work in putting this together, and members of the public. Thank you for your participation. So we are going to adjourn this to the regular city council meeting of May 7th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz.